Supervisors meeting to order. Mr. Royce, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item is oral communication. Could I get a show of hands of how many are going to speak today on items that are not on the agenda? Okay. All right, I'll open up oral communications. Will you please come forward and take the podium?
Good morning. I'm Carrie Peterson, and I'm with the Central Sierra Child Support Agency in Tuolumne County. August is Child Support Awareness Month, and we would just like to provide the board with some information about who we are and what we do. Central Sierra Child Support Agency is a joint powers authority that includes 4 counties, which is Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne County. Board members from each county serve as our board, which make up our JPA. Currently, Sherry Brennan and Randy Henvelt are on our board. Central Sierra Child Support Agency currently serves approximately 5,000 children and their families. Child support collected for the 2014-15 fiscal year has totaled $9,149,215.12, and currently we are ranked 5 for overall performance statewide. Central Sierra Child Support Agency offers many services for families. We brought with us today a couple flyers that highlight the options that we have. Services include establishing paternity, establishing a court order for child and medical support when parties do not have a court order of their own, enforcing child support orders, including current child support, spousal support, any arrearages that have accrued, and obtaining health insurance coverage for dependents in need. We also collect child support payments for families receiving public assistance, and those are returned to the county for funds expended. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Scott Clamp. I'm your commander of the Highway Patrol here locally in Jamestown. I actually have 2 topics. Can I have twice a time? Or
Go ahead.
That's okay.
We'll cut you off if you take too long.
Saturday afternoon, unfortunately, I was called to a scene of a very, very tragic traffic collision on Highway 108. The reason for me coming up here today is I just wanted to remind the board of how great a sheriff's department and fire department the county of Tuolumne has. The resources that I have were significantly drained due to this traffic collision on that day. The fire department stepped up, county sheriff's department stepped up, and they constantly came to me as the incident commander asking, what can we do, what can we do? So I thought it important to come up and remind the board how great your first responder staff is here in the county.
Thank you.
The second real quick public service announcement I have is that school starts tomorrow. School buses are running, red lights are flashing, pedestrian traffic is picking up, so I just wanted to remind the community that to be careful out there.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board and members of the public. I'm Rebecca Garcia, Public Affairs Officer for the Stanislaus National Forest. Today I am dressed in my firefighting uniform, firefighting boots, and I am dressed such in order to make a point that today the energy release component is expected to be 85. This number is one that we continuously measure as a measure of potential for fire start. And also nationally, we are at the preparedness level of 5. This is the highest from 1 to 5. And when we hit national preparedness level 5, that means that our assets nationally are extremely thin, and it is a state of awareness, truly. And so on the forest, we are also at staffing level 5. And the last time we hit this level, I believe we can all remember this point, was 2 years ago in August of 2013, which on that date, the last time we hit this point was yesterday when we had our own emergency here, the start of the rim fire. And the energy release component on that day was 80, what was it? It was, I think it was 85. And so it's expected to be 85 today. And that was the time that they had the highest growth rate. And so all I wanted to say was that we need to be highly fire conscious and fire safe and to work together to keep our community safe. And I also wanted to, I would be remiss if I didn't state that in the last 2 years we've had a lot of progress towards getting out the salvage, logging, and hazard tree removal. So thank you all. We couldn't have done that without the support of a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no one, would the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held August 14th, 2015. Finding that a summary of ordinance number 3280 and 3281 were published. Approving a memorandum of understanding with the County of Calaveras for temporary health service officer services. Authorizing the district attorney to apply for a California Office of Emergency Services Victim Witness Grant. Adopting a resolution approving the final map for the Papas Ranch subdivision, and approving the appointment of Jerry Morrow to the Historic Preservation Review Commission.
Does the board wish to pull anything on the consent calendar? Any public comment on the consent calendar? I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move on the consent calendar.
First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Item 7, please.
Do you want to do 9 a.m. or?
Maybe we ought to do the 9 a.m. first, huh?
Thinking.
Let's skip the 9 a.m.
Okay, so 9 a.m. Public hearing to consider the adoption of all budget actions contained in the fiscal year 2015-16 budget document, including personnel recommendations, capital and information technology project list, appropriation computation method and limits, and the fiscal year adopted budget resolution.
Mr. Pedro.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, today is the culmination of your annual budget process. It's a process that now begins actually with the planning in December of the preceding year, and really begins in earnest in January. Has a recommended budget adopted in June, and then having a hearing and adoption of a final budget hopefully today. In your memo, I start off with all the technical explanation of what was in your recommended budget, how we got to those numbers, and so forth, and then I move into explaining how we got to an adopted budget. I think what I'm going to do is skip the part on the recommended. We've talked about that. Probably the most notable thing, though, I will mention that in your recommended budget, it did recognize that there was 18.5 positions that had been added at that point, 3 that the board had added during the course of the year, and then another 15.5 positions that were added in June. And those new positions that were approved, recruitments were authorized, and are in process if not already filled in some cases. For your adopted budget, that's the middle of page 2. It talks about what are the major things that we look at in converting a recommended budget to an adopted budget. We look at recognizing changes between our projected and actual beginning balances, major changes in the county's primary revenues, consideration of state and federal budget actions, rebudgeting of major portions of projects such as the juvenile detention facility. That's also roads that we do that. And then addressing major budget objectives set forth by the board in June, and specific direction provided on August 4th. I go on and talk about the fund balance changes that can be viewed in your budget package. The major changes were in the general, social services, capital, and ambulance funds. Explanations are provided in your memo. Again, just picking the major areas, including your rebudgeting of the law and justice projects. Those alone accounted for a 16.4 increase between the recommended and the adopted budget, just the rebudgeting of those projects, and the major one being juvenile detention. Your board budget objectives, you gave us clear direction at your last meeting, things that you'd like to see incorporated into this document. Again, nothing was set in stone, still subject to this hearing and your board's final direction. There were some ongoing cost additions. There were 4 high-priority positions listed on the bottom half of page 3 of your packet. The addition of a jail deputy, a library assistant, partially offset with reduction of relief, and then the conversion of some part-time youth center coordinators to full-time. There's also some significant one-time cost additions related to your 3 community organizations that have made requests, and I'm sure you'll discuss that. And I recognize there's a number of those folks that are here today that will probably want to speak to that. The addition of some funding for natural resource consultant, some assistance, support for the drought emergency, a board scanning project, and then Parrots Ferry Road project. And I do have just a couple comments about that project, not against the project, but maybe a tactical suggestion for your board. But in doing, incorporating all that, the general fund's dependency on one-time funding, this is converting it from the recommended budget to your proposed final. We reduced the county's general fund dependence on one-time funding by $585,000 from a little over $1.2 million to a little over $600,000, which is roughly 1% of your revised general fund budget. That's still more than what your policy calls for, which is not supporting ongoing expense with one-time dollars, but it's a reasonable place where we're restricting it to no more than 1% of the operating budget of the general fund. And we've used that backup policy in the past, and it's served us well. And particularly considering everything this board is packing into this budget, it makes sense that it's reasonable, something to watch as we move forward. And then very importantly, we were able to increase your general fund contingencies from approximately $472,000 that was originally contained in the recommended budget to $922,000 roughly, or just about $78,000 shy of our $1 million funding target, which again is pretty good from where we started with the recommended to where we sit today. And these actions taken to support those changes included cooperation of all your department heads, where we gained approximately $831,000 in capacity due to combined revenue increases and expenditure decreases. And again, I cannot express my appreciation for the selflessness of the department heads. In it, they could be really selfish and look just at their own areas. But the thing about the culture of Tuolumne County is everyone chips in to do what's best for the organization, trying to fulfill the direction that this board wants to see done. So I want to actually applaud that, recognize it, because I don't take it for granted. We couldn't be considering this budget as it is today without that cooperation. We're also we were able to recognize that increase in the fund balance and a one-time revenue source tying back to the old Tuolumne General Hospital of about $212,000. Put all that together, and that forms the adopted or proposal that's before you today. I'm just going to skip to the top of page 5 because then it's to compare adopted budgets to adopted budgets. And I do that because the only time in the year where the budget's actually fixed is at the time of formal adoption by the board, because it constantly changes, as your board knows. So if you compare the adopted budget for 14-15 is about $169.2 million. The budget before you today is about $176.1 or 6.9 million increase. That's mainly due to capital, not solely, but mainly due to capital. On page 5 and 6, we go through our budget policies. And I'll just summarize this to say that this budget fully complies with 4 of those policies, substantially complies with 3. partially complies with 2, does not comply with 1. And the only one it doesn't comply with at all is we did establish a target that in the future we try to get our general reserves up to 5% of our governmental fund budgets, and that would require us to go from $2.3 million that we have in our general reserve today, to roughly $7.5 million. Picking things up on page 7, highlighting what are the personnel actions contained in this document. This is in addition to those I already mentioned that the board added in the recommended. There would be 8.6 full-time equivalents in positions, 1 in animal control, 3 in the community resource agency, 1 in your information technology division, 1 in the jail, 1 in the library, 0.6 of a position pickup in the youth centers, and 1 in your public health department. Again, a total increase of 8.6. Then you have, those are related to the board's high priority restorations and other priorities from that August 4 discussion. The Human Services Agency directors also made some capacity requests that were presented at last week's meeting. There's 1.2 FTEs in social services, 3 FTEs in behavioral health. Add all that up, it's another 12.8 FTEs added to that which you already had in your recommended budget. So in total, comparing budget to budget, we're increasing 31.3. If we adopt the budget as it is, we'll be increasing the number of positions in the county by 31.3 full-time equivalents. Your Information Technology Steering Board project list has been brought back to you. It has been modified by the steering board. That's the department heads that work together to try and self-govern the priorities of our IT projects in the county. There are some things that have been changed in there in light of the budget. And anyway, they met, discussed some of the examples included using consultants to lead our telephone system replacement project. That opens up some capacity for our existing staff, formally adding the jail management system needed for the new juvenile facility and adding a new civil management system for the Sheriff's Department. And I might add, projects like the latter was totally consistent with the priorities that your board discussed at the planning retreat back in January. Your capital projects list have been just restated. There are changes mainly in the capital, specifically in the county capital fund and road fund. Again, to recognize how we ended the year, projects that had to be rebudgeted. I don't believe there's any new projects added. Just the tuning of existing funding for projects that were in the recommended. Again, just point out you do have your community organization funding requests. I've reinserted into this package for your ease of reference for discussion today. And before giving you a recommendation on this and being available for questions, I did want to mention just some highlights because I get into the technical, but I don't step back and look at the big picture. Sometimes I get in such a rush putting these things together. In the current budget, I've already highlighted that there's 31 positions addressing a variety of needs, the majority of which are in public protection and the human services area. And many positions have been added to address key succession planning areas and IT needs with per our retreat discussion. There's also been significant investment in infrastructure, your road projects. Again, I reflect a few years ago, we had really meager road project offerings. But in the last few years, you've got a team that's really working hard with the encouragement and direction of the board and the resources provided by the board, and we're starting to get to a point where we're regularly putting out a number of significant road capital projects. We're certainly doing that in your county capital with your law and justice projects moving forward. Also very pleased, I know the board is, to see significant movement occurring in our airports construction areas as well. Again, with the new director and the support and direction of this board. And also just wanted to mention, because it's consistent with you should be hearing a theme here too and with public protection and roads, your 2 top priorities you're definitely investing in. Another one of those public protection areas is year-round funding for the Jamestown Fire Station. We're seeing that SAFER grant, going away. But despite that, contained in this budget is full funding for that Jamestown Fire Department, that station, which is critical in the overall network of our fire and first responder system that your commander just spoke about. So I know that's where your boards wanted to be, and that's what we've been able to deliver under your guidance. In the past 5 years, again, stepping back, it just shows that things have really changing. We've added a total of 65 positions with approval of this budget, mainly, again, in public protection areas, sheriff probation, and the new juvenile facility, and also in your human service agency areas of public health, social services, and behavioral health. And sometimes I feel like I don't give enough time to even talk about health, social services, and behavioral health, and it's just because we do such a really good job. We don't talk enough about it here. Probably we have had a number of reports, but we all know how integral they are to the network of our community. And you guys talk about it all the time, but I thought I should pause and just recognize the big investments that are being made, in that area, as well. And all of this, when you talk about adding these positions in these different areas, this adds capacity to help better serve the public. And while it's not why we do what we do, I also just should point out that also helps add jobs to our overall economy, which is a good thing. Your board has also been able to do this while paying down liabilities, living within our means, staying with our tight fiscal controls, in the county. And during this time, the implementation and the delivery of our gold standard service, customer service program, which we have heard a lot, from the public that it is working. I should also mention some threats that are still out there. On the federal level, it's however you want to phrase it, action or inaction in the areas of ongoing funding for programs such as PILT, Secure Rural Schools, or its successor program. That is a constant threat. We're doing this year by year, and that's a heck of a way to run a local government. But we know your board has been very engaged through your legislative platform and discussions with our federal legislators, and definitely getting more involved in programs like NACO and participating there. The loss of road funding, both at the federal and the state level, very, very much a concern. Again, just that gas excise tax in this last year, $700,000 a year that we've lost. We've been able to cover that in this budget primarily by one-time funding in your road fund. That's something we really, really need to look out for, next year. But again, we know your board's engaged, in that at both state and federal level. Very hopeful that something good will come out of the special session going on up in Sacramento right now. And at the federal level, hopefully they'll get on with the successor of the MAP 21 funding program, but your board's been speaking into that as well. And then the other potential threat is the dipping of the economy itself. Actually, I think the governor's been doing a good thing to remind people that the economy is a cyclical animal, and we can't lead the state or the nation there. We're kind of part of that process. But one thing we can do is to make sure that we do all we can to make sure that the systems of the county that help support our economy, such as your investment in economic development and in your development departments and areas like that, stay strong, and that we stay ahead of the curve with the staffing necessary in those key areas to serve that segment of our economy. And I'm speaking of construction specifically. And then just one key challenge that I know that your board's aware of. We mentioned it when we commissioned the study, but it will be the implementation of the classification and compensation study, something to keep our eye on as we move forward. It's the right thing to do for our employees, and it's the right thing to do to ensure that we have competent staff that we can recruit and retain into the future for the county, so we can continue to do the good things that Tuolumne County government does. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll just mention the technical actions, and then I'll shut down that need to happen today in some form. It would be for your board, as part of the hearing, to consider adoption of all budget actions contained in the the fiscal year 15-16 budget document with any modifications that the board may desire, including the personnel recommendations contained, and I won't cite the different sections, the revised information technology steering board project list, that's your technology list, your various capital project lists, the appropriation limit computation method as presented by the auditor controller, and I know Debbie will want to explain that to you, and then ultimately the adopted budget resolution that capsulizes the whole thing. So that ends my presentation, and ready for any questions your board may have. Oh, and I do want to speak to a couple of those issues that I mentioned. One was tactically on the Parrots Ferry Road project that you guys were talking about at the last meeting. I was thinking about that and looking at some of the things, some of the verbiage that's coming out of Sacramento with respect to a new state funding program for roads. I don't know that it would happen, but it's quite possible that if the state does adopt a new funding program, that what they can do is look at the contributions that local governments make into the road systems today and establish what's called a maintenance of effort. And that's something that it's a point in time. They look at how much on average per year each jurisdiction invests towards roads, and can require you to maintain that amount of funding into the future, regardless of whether it's needed or not. I'm concerned about that because, one, you could end up, say, the new funding program, a new funding program from the state gets implemented this year, and if they do include the current fiscal year in such a maintenance of effort calculation, you basically would have committed that $900 and some odd thousand towards Parrots Ferry. You would not have the ability to pull that back and use it for other things. You could also be locked into, and I don't know what formula they might use, but if they took a 3-year average, including the final budget as we're proposing it in the 2 prior years, it could be obligating the county to use just over $300,000 a year in very precious discretionary general fund revenues, into roads into the future, whether needed or not. Again, that wouldn't be such a bad thing, making additional investment into roads, but it could tie your hands on where you might want to put that money. So a suggestion is that you pull that money out of the transfer to the road fund today, put it into your contingencies temporarily, and then watch and see what happens, in Sacramento with that funding bill. I know your board wants to proceed with that project. It's much needed. I think when your CRA department comes back with a potential bid package at your first meeting in September, I'd recommend you go ahead and let them call for bids on that project. And when those bids come in and it's time to award, we'll see where the state's at, and either you'll have additional state dollars, to put towards that project, or if there's no threat of an MOE or no additional state revenues, that you can see at that point, you pull the money back out of your contingencies and put it back into your road construction fund and get on with that project. I would not recommend that you'd play with your contractors and have them do all that work of putting bids together and the work that your staff has to go through. But this would be a strategic action to try and protect the county from a maintenance of effort requirement that you could avoid. So that's the only other caveat that I had.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Pedro from the board?
Mr. Pedro, just for public benefit, on all these positions we're talking about, how many of them are really affected by general fund? How much of that is really general fund? The health and human services are not general fund, correct?
Let me go back. The 18.5 that you approved in the recommended budget, looking at that, there were 4 that were in your 2 in social services, 2 in behavioral health. So that'd be 14.5 were general fund, and that in the recommended budget. In the proposed, the additional positions, you have only, let's see, so you have 1 in health, 1.2 in social services, 3 in behavioral health, so that's an additional, 5.2 additional positions. with today's action. Okay, Debbie's just asking how many are in juvenile. That's still general fund, but that's 11 additional positions.
Okay, any other questions before we call the public up? All right, any public comment on the budget? If there is some, please come forward. Public hearing.
Good morning, Board. I'm Mike Egner. I'm with Operating Engineers Local 3. I represent one of the bargaining units here in the county, and I just want to commend Mr. Pedro and his staff because that budget is 389 pages, and that's a lot of work, One of the questions that I had is looking at the budget, and Mr. Pedro had mentioned the comp and class study that's going on right now. Is there financial money put aside for that implementation, or is it going to wait till the mid-year budget?
Mr. Pedro, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, there's no dedicated amount that's in there. We knew that we'd have to look at it afresh in conjunction with the study, and then, of course, our meet and confer process.
So I guess would it be fair then it would be in the mid-year budget issue?
Yeah.
'Cause that's about the timing.
Yeah, if we got down to implementing, well, that'd just be my chore back from the board as part of our bargaining is go find the money, Mr. Pedro. It's usually how it works.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for giving me some time. I hope this is appropriate to talk today about the proposed new vehicle being asked for by Sheriff Mealy. I'd like to register just a personal concern of my family's tax dollars going towards a vehicle like this. I don't want to argue the point. I think there's probably some pretty good pros and cons to be offered. But I do have some thoughts that I'd like to give you to at least reconsider or think further about this purchase. Bearcats, which is the manufacturer's name for these vehicles, are typically referred to by law enforcement agencies and manufacturer marketing as being, quote, armed rescue vehicles, or medcats, with their primary use being to transport tactical officers to and from hostile situations and to assist with the recovery and protection of civilians in harm's way during terrorist threats, hostage incidents, and encounters with large gatherings of aggressors. We're objecting to our taxes being used for an expenditure that has not been supported with a needs assessment based on facts and evidence. The marketing information from the manufacturer of this vehicle contains descriptions of incidents and environments that could not be more different from the Tuolumne County Nancy and I have grown to enjoy. Researching where these vehicles are found shows a clear disconnect in terms of population size, demographics, crime rate, and especially geography between the cities and counties who own these vehicles in Tuolumne County. Marketing testimony found online supports the use of these vehicles, lack a certain level of creditable detail as to frequency of use and gravity of incidents involved. Frankly, most are descriptions of incidents from the distant past and appear embellished to justify what I would call a questionable use of public resources. The last troubling aspect of the proposed purchase has to do with the cost of maintenance. Nowhere have I been able to find on the internet nor heard evidence from staff as to approximate costs involving with maintaining one of these vehicles. How much will the vehicle cost us to maintain over the next 10 years, and when do we plan to replace it? Sirs, do we have a boondoggle here in the making? Do we have a potential purchase that may denigrate the trust that currently exists between citizens of Tuolumne County and our fine law enforcement agency. There is also ample evidence of municipalities much larger, much more dangerous, and very different than our community, who are deciding to give these vehicles up precisely because of the potential break in trust between law enforcement and the citizenry. I do wish you would consider this purchase. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear, I did open the public hearing. So if there's anybody in doubt of it, we did do it. Thank you. Thank you.
Connie O'Connor. I am the Executive Director of the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance. Good morning, Mr. Gray and supervisors. Before I start, I would just like to also make a quick mention that I appreciated the remarks of the Stanislaus National Forest PIO. In a former life, having served for 15 years as the Assistant Forest Dispatcher for the Stanislaus, the last time before the rim fire that those numbers applied was also in 1987 during the Stanislaus Complex fire. So all of the things that she said, we all need to be very cognizant of. I'm here this morning primarily as Dr. Jim Riggs, who is the president of the Arts Alliance Board, couldn't be here today, and sent a letter that I wish to read on his behalf. And it is dated yesterday. Dear Honorable Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, I'm writing to you as the president of the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance and as a longtime educator and arts advocate in the area. I strongly encourage you to support the TCAA's request for continuing and increased funding. As each of you know, the Central Sierra Arts Council, and now operating as the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance, has been a leader in cultural development and instrumental in maintaining and advancing the arts and arts education in this region for the past 45 years. The funding that we are requesting is critical. If TCAA is going to be able to continue the outstanding service to the county, residents, visitors, and fulfill its mission of providing arts education to our county schools, and that's approximately 5,000 students in Tuolumne County annually. TCAA has a strong and dedicated board of directors and has forged many productive partnerships with other agencies, individuals, and organizations in order to provide the programs and services necessary to have a vibrant arts present. We also have, this is hard for me to read this part, we also have a very talented and hardworking executive director who works countless hours to make sure that all of the resources that TCAA receives are effectively used to support the arts programming, arts education, and coordination activities with the many artists and cultural groups in the area. One of TCAA's major roles is to function as a clearinghouse for artists and art groups. As such, we are requesting the additional $15,000 in funding this year to create, update, and keep current an annual artist directory. There are over 500 artists living and working in the county, and with a centralized, up-to-date directory, these artists can be easily located and contacted. Having a thriving arts presence contributes to so many positive things to the county, economically, culturally, and socially. I would like to thank you for your financial support over the past several years and your continued support for TCAA. It is essential. Thank you, Dr. Jim Riggs, President of the Board of TCAA, President Emeritus of Columbia College from 1997 to 2000. In addition to that, I just would like to make just a brief statement on my own as a follow-up to Dr. Riggs' letter. During the 7 years from 1999 to 2005 that I served on the board of directors of the Central Sierra Arts Council and was president twice and interim director once, executive director once. The then 21-member board of directors functioned as an arts commission. That board of directors consisted of community leaders, artists, several ex officio directors that included a county supervisor, a city council member, the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau executive director, the president of the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce board, the Tuolumne County Economic Development executive director, and the president of Columbia College, the publisher of the Union Democrat, and the executive director of the Bach Festival, which was the founding organization of the Arts Council, to name a few. This was also a time when the Arts Council's budget was approximately $400,000 a year and had a staff of 9 full-time and part-time people, in addition to the 21-member board of directors. For the past 5 years, our budget has wavered between $100,000 and just under $200,000, with a staff of 1.5 employees and a volunteer board of directors, an average of 6, trying to maintain that same level of service to the community. During that time a decade ago, we also maintained an annual artist directory as a service to the working artists in Tuolumne County and as an economic driver for that artistic community and the Central Sierra Arts Council at that time. We would like to reestablish that service again with your help. This proposal that is before you now is intended to help recapture that service, excuse me, and that community partnership representing, again, our vital county arts and cultural alliance partnerships. Thank you for your past support and your consideration as you deliberate our request today for helping the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance once again be all it can be in and for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, board chair, rest of the board members. I'm Stacy Dodge, and I am the manager of the Motherlode Fairgrounds. And in your, I don't think it's a line item, but it's a one-time funding request. Last year and the year before, we got $7,500 from you folks, and we greatly appreciate it. We haven't normally ear tagged that money in the past. I've requested the $14,000 this year with an ear tag. We'd like to get some fencing in front of our arena. If you've been down there lately, since we put in our new bathroom, we have no fencing for security or gate entry type things. We have to purchase or rent fencing to get into our arena currently. And so we do have a bid out that's for $18,000, but I think a lot of that fencing can be done in-house as far as the maintenance work and some leveling and paving work. So that request for the $14,000 is pretty conservative, I believe. So I'm here to answer any questions if you guys have any on that.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Stacy, congratulations on an improved fair this year.
Thank you.
There were a lot of visuals that were much better than last year.
Thank you.
Do you have any statistics that you can share in terms of comparison with last year in terms of visitation or participation in the fair and the number of vendors that you had this year versus last year?
Our revenue for our 3 days, so it's kind of hard to do apples and apples because we went to a 3-day fair.
Yeah.
But our revenue coming into the fair was more this year than it was last year on a 4-day. So I'm really happy with that number. We captured, it was, I want to say around 4,000 per evening. And then our grandstands, we had some good grandstands events. And so we haven't in the past charged admission into those. And we were probably 3/4 full each night with a $5 admission. So that really helped our revenues. And so I'm really pleased with our outcome for a 3-day fair this year.
Just an observation, I think you had quite a few more vendors. The venues were a lot fuller, but more to the point, a lot better presented.
Mm-hmm. We had more food vendors. Last year we were a little shy. There's a lot of nuances that go on with our vendors. We're up against the Stanislaus Fair and the State Fair, unfortunately, and so we'll get these commitments from vendors that will come in. So whether they're commercial vendors or food vendors, we'll get these commitments, and they have to pay either $150 or $200 deposit. So they'll pay that, and then come the day or two prior to the fair, they'll bail on us because then they've been picked up by the bigger fairs. So, who wouldn't want to go and spend 2 weeks, making money rather than 3 days? And they can make up that deposit fee. They'll waive that deposit fee and lose it because they can pick that up quickly when they go to a larger fair. And so, unfortunately, that's what happens when you do see some booth space empty. And then now with a little bit more experience under my belt, I'll be able to recognize the things that we need to do as far as making that look full.
More questions? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Angela Brown. I'm the president of the Tuolumne County Historical Society, and I want to thank you for allowing us to place our wish list to you, whether it be the exhibits, the new exhibits, the assistant curator, and or the additional in maintenance. I know you have all my information, and I just want to thank you very much for allowing us to be here and being there for us. Thank you.
Any questions? Thanks, Angela.
Okay, John.
Anyone else wish to come forward?
Good morning. My name is Byron Danzy. I'm just a local person living here in Tuolumne County. I would like to provide a little balance on the purchase of this vehicle, providing for Sheriff Mealy and the Sheriff's Department. The information I have that's been given to me is that there would probably be no public funds expended on this vehicle. We understand that there would be a substantial amount of money provided by asset forfeiture from those persons or what would we call it, those that are caught in the drug trade, those assets that are forfeited by those people that we don't want here in Tuolumne County. I understand that this vehicle would be shared by our SWAT team with other counties. As far as the maintenance is concerned, I have been in the maintenance business for 31 years with United Airlines. I'm very familiar with maintenance of large, complex vehicles. The extent of this machine probably would be over 30 years that we would be able to depreciate this machine. I would like to remind everybody here that Sonora is a destination town. We see people from the valley, we see people from all over the state come to our beautiful city. I would like to remind ourselves that we had a shootout downtown, that this vehicle may have provided some great help for us. We've seen a bank robbery up the street from us here recently. We don't live in Mayberry, folks, although it's a wonderful place to live.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good morning. My name is Vicki Gerhart. I am in favor of the vehicle that has been just spoken of. My daughter is married to a police officer here at Tuolumne County Sheriff's with the Narcotics Division. She has 2 kids, which are our grandchildren. I have to say to you now, one police officer or sheriff's officer saved by this vehicle is a major investment that will be greatly appreciated by us as a family, by men and women who serve Tuolumne County. This is justified, and it is with grant money, and it is with seized drug money. So each of you, if you have a member with a sheriff's department or any police officers, you would want them to come home at night. Yes, they're here to protect and serve. Yes, they can lose their life. But if you want your family to be safe, this is a good deal. So I vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, so do I have to close the public hearing before the board discusses?
You should.
All right. So if nobody else wishes to speak, I'm going to close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board.
A couple comments, I guess.
Mr. Royce.
Sure. First of all, I just want to commend staff on their budget. As was mentioned, there's a lot of work that goes into this. And just a couple things. I think it's a really good budget. I'm very cautious anytime we're adding positions, just because first year I came in, up until now, we've done nothing but cut positions, cut staffing. And it's painful. It's extremely painful. I think the positions that we are adding are smart. I think anything that has to do with secession, like we're talking about, and training our staff for the next generation to carry on is smart. I like the IT things that we're doing. That's definitely been a bottleneck in the organization. I'm glad that we're addressing that. As far as our policies go, in the future, I would actually like to bring up a request to look at our policies when it comes to reserves. And I think we should, the economy, it's a pendulum, right? So right now we're swinging and we're starting to go the other way. We're come up and then eventually it's going to go back. And through that process, every single year, getting to that balance point, like I said, is difficult. I think right now we don't want to use one-time funds. We don't want to use reserves. But I think it might be worth considering trying to, just like the state's trying to do, average out the highs and the lows in the economy a little bit and actually use reserves to be able to level ourselves out when things are painful. And in doing that, times like now when we start swinging the other direction, it takes diligence in creating those reserves when things start coming back. So this is really just kind of a foreshadowing for, I think, next year and the following years to think about that and prioritize those reserves, not just for insurance and a contingency, but actually to be able to create some stability in the organization over economic cycles. Something to consider. Besides that, like I said, this is a very good budget. I did want to address the sheriff's vehicle. I've gotten a lot of calls about this. I've had my own family members concerned about it, and I understand the concerns, but I also understand the purpose of it and the reasons for it. As far as the financial arguments go, county's not using general fund dollars. It's still tax dollars, and it's something that we need to be aware of. And it's also the vehicle, the asset forfeiture funds is also something that we need to be responsible for. The biggest concern I have about it is the appearance and the perception on the part of the public that they feel like there's a weapon pointed at them. that law-abiding citizens have a concern that this is something that could be used against them or it's somehow a threat. And I'm very, very sensitive about that. I've talked with the sheriff extensively about that. I don't have that feeling at all because I know the sheriff personally. I know people that work for the sheriff's department personally, and I know that they're good people and I have trust in them. And I know that their intention and their mission is to defend and protect the public and the safety of the public. And that's a tool. When I really, really think about it, it is a tool that can be used in severe situations. I hope and I pray that we don't have those situations in Tuolumne County. For the most part, that's not something that we have to worry about, but there's always that potential. And the world is not the same as it's, been 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. It's you see it all the time. There's violence in our world, and that's a tool for the people that put their lives on the line to be able to help defend us in severe situations. So I do support it. I'm reluctant to because I am very sensitive, like I said, about the perception and the feeling of the community. And I've gotten comments from people on all sides of the political aisle. It's something to be concerned about. But besides that, it's a good budget. And I hope the transportation funding thing works out. I'm always happy to see us putting money into roads. It's something that's been greatly neglected for decades, and I know it's a priority for us. So I like to see our actions speak it the same way. So thank you.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, just again, I'll echo what my colleague just said about it's a really good budget, and I just want to make sure that everybody knows that I think I can speak for the other four people up here, but it's not Craig's budget. It's our entire staff's budget, and there was a lot of hard work that went into that. And I personally thank you all, and I'm sure the rest of them will eventually as well. When it's their turn to talk. I am concerned about continuation of Pilton SRS, obviously. That's not something that we can really manage to. It's just something that we have to keep trying to influence. As Mr. Pedro continues to remind us, there's things that we can control and there's things that we can influence. That's not one we can control, but we need to be diligent on that. I am also mindful of the class and comp study and what that's going to potentially mean to us. Again, that's part of the normal bargaining process. It doesn't do us any good to try and get out in front of that, I don't think, at this point. But it is something that we have to be mindful about. I do believe that it would be a shrewd move or a wise move on our part to keep the funds or transfer the funds for the Parrots Ferry project into contingencies, not with the intention of abandoning the project, but going forward with the project and ultimately funding it with contingency money if we need to, based on the resolution of the road funding special session that's going on up in Sacramento. And so I would like to see that as a caveat to the motion, and if necessary, I'll be glad to make that at the appropriate time. I do think that the high priority restorations that we're doing are very, very important, and they're not just important because they add jobs, and they're not just important for increased public services. Our staff has been overworked for a long time. I know a lot of people in the public don't agree with it. They don't see it all the time, but they have been stressed due to trying to maintain the level of services as we've wound down. And bringing some of these people back on will also, besides adding to the public services that we're able to provide, maybe making some of the public services more time responsive, but it also is going to reduce hopefully reduce a little bit of the stress level on the staff that we were able to retain going through. So I support all of those. Since it's kind of tied in there, I am concerned about our DPRT process and our plans reviewing, building department, and stuff like that in terms of the backlogs. I really want to see a workshop where we can get a good look into the processes that we're using, how those processes compare to other counties, other municipalities that are similar in nature to us. Very much like we're doing the class and comp study to comparative counties and jurisdictions. I want to see if we can't break that process free, short of adding 5 people to the staff. I think there's some efficiencies that we can find, and if we need to elevate that DPRT process to something with board participation, then let's do that too. But at least as a starting point, let's talk about a workshop where we can get some visibility into what the challenges are in that specific area. I do want to talk a little bit about the community organization requests. I'm very sensitive to those. It's not that I don't support helping out the community organizations. I do. I just feel that for the most part, community organizations, although they do add value to the community, and they certainly add value to our economy, they tend to be niche kinds of areas that not all of the taxpayers' base get direct benefits out of and don't necessarily always support. So in principle, I think that those ought to be as self-sufficient as possible. On the other hand, personally, the 3 that are there, I support all 3 of them, so I'm not really in favor of increasing the allocation to the Arts Alliance. We're already paying 22% of their revenues. I think that there's other ways that they can increase that $15,000, whether it be fundraising, additional grants, I don't know, but it ought to be through community support. The museum, all of the stuff that they asked for is laudable, but again, just on principle, I'd be looking at something. I'd be more comfortable with something on the order of maybe $16K instead of the 22. And the Motherlode Fair, I don't know. Again, on principle, I'd have to. I guess, Stacy, could you do that project if we gave you $10K? Could you do that fencing?
Probably 3/4 of it.
Okay, maybe I can buy off on the $14K from the fairgrounds, just because it's a one-time fencing and it's an allocation and not likely to set a precedent for next year. Okay.
Okay, if we address somebody in the audience, they need to come forward to speak in the mic.
I'm sorry, that's my fault.
It's okay.
That's
what I'm here for.
Yeah, for the record, Ms. Dodge did reply to my question, and she said she could pay for about 3/4 of the fencing, and she did nod when I said that if we approved the $14,000, it would not be seen as a precedent for next year. So, having said all that, I think that's my comments on the budget.
Rose Hanvelt.
Hard to follow an act like that, you know. First of all, I too would like to thank the staff and the department heads for a lot of good work. And like Supervisor Roofer said, I don't think that's your budget. I think it's our budget. We all contributed to this thing, and a lot of heavy lifting in doing this. I'm concerned about all those things that Mr. Pedro mentioned in terms of risks, especially the economy. Well, everybody keeps telling me the economy's improving. I'm not seeing so much of that in Tuolumne County, and I'm concerned that we lag that, but we precede the downturn. So I'm really concerned about doing an overcommitment here. Even though it seems rational, we need to be as conservative as we possibly can. We also, to the comment made about from one of the public speakers about the class and comp study, I'm concerned about that. Our employees have taken, dedicated employees have taken a hit over the years, and the results of that class and comp study, we're going to have to deal with it. So I'm concerned about that, and there is a big issue that no one's mentioned so far, and that's the jail. Later today, we're going to consider accepting some money that the state has offered us. A lot of us worked really hard to get that money, and we need it in jail. I think there's no bigger impact on public safety in the county of Tuolumne than a new jail. I mean, we all know we're on a catch and release program. The sheriff releases the least offender every time he arrests another one. And the demographics of our jail have shifted, and I think it's unsafe for our deputies and it's unsafe for the public. So I'm really interested in making sure that we go ahead with the jail as quickly as possible. But to do that, we have to have money to put into the game, our stake in the game, our commitment. And so I'm interested in conserving as much money as possible to do that. So with all that, let me just say that I first of all, I agree. I think we ought to, how shall I say, at least delay the final decision on Parrott's Ferry until we know what the impacts are potentially to Tuolumne County. I will say that I really like adding IT people because, I mean, out of the retreat that the Board of Supervisors had with the staff, IT is one of the bigger shortcomings in our process, IT support. I mean, these days you can't get along without IT. We can't get along without our phones and our computers and our iPads. And that doesn't happen just because we have one. It takes a lot of support, and those people are hidden behind the scenes, and no one ever sees them until they have a problem. And then they say, help. And I'm the first to do that. So anyway, I'm in favor of that, doing that. I agree with Supervisor Rodefer on the process. I get comments all the time from people trying to do a project about the delays. Our dashboard has gone red. I'm not sure that adding a planner at this time solves that problem. I'm not sure it helps it at all. I think we got a process issue, and I've heard a lot of comments on process. So I'm not saying no to the planner. I'm just saying that I'd like to have, he says DPRT. There's a team called DPRT, Design Process Review Team. I'd like to have them look critically at our process, see if there aren't things we can do. I believe we are doing things that we don't need to be doing, which delays the process. And if we cut out those things and or did more in other ways, we could save things. So I would like to delay the final decision on the planner. The other ones I think are pretty essential for the community. Let's talk about the community organizations. No one's a bigger supporter of the arts than I am. I support them all. I love them. I think they make a big difference. But the additional $15,000 and the reason for it, we have 500 artists and they want a directory. They could have a stake in the game. They could each pay $30 and that could happen. There's an alternate solution to it. An art directory would be nice, but I don't think it's essential when we're going out and looking at where we're running risk elsewhere and we're making alternatives. So I would support continuing funding at the $45,000 level, but not the $60,000 level. Motherlode Fairgrounds is an asset to the community that we've seen time and time again. I wish it were healthier. I wish it actually belonged to us as opposed to the state. But anyway, as a one-time thing, I can support that. And I'd like to see museum work. I'd also like to see some of the if you haven't been to the Tuolumne County Museum, you need to go. I mean, it's unbelievable that all that is there and that it's largely supported by volunteers. We need to support. If you're not a member of this, you ought to be joining and you ought to be utilizing it. But I think we need to be cautious there, and I could support it at $16,000. I was going to choose a lower number, but I could support it at $16,000. We just have to be prudent stewards of what money we have, and we have to have enough contingency to do the things that we know we need to do. And there's enough on the horizon that I just would like to be cautious going forward. So, end of comments.
Supervisor.
Thank you. The comment that was made on the maintenance of the MCAT vehicle, is that covered in the budget?
There's no specific allocation for that particular equipment. The sheriff does have extensive vehicle maintenance, line item.
Okay. I want to talk about that just for a minute because that's one that I have struggled a lot with. I've had a lot of public comment on that item. And there's a word that was used in the definition that was read to us a number of times, and that's rescue. And we can look at what the potential SWAT capability may be, if you will, and the potential rescue capability. And I did talk to Deputy Lyons at length, and quite honestly, I hope that he has the opportunity, if this does move forward, to talk to the public, because he really addressed the rescue piece of it. And we have an absolutely amazing volunteer search and rescue group, and they don't have the support that they receive is very limited from a budgetary standpoint. And they have real challenges, especially when they're talking about Nordic rescues and how do they get to folks that are in desperate need. And especially, we all hope that we have a snowpack again. So while they haven't seen incidences in the last couple of years, he had some very clear examples from years back where they had real difficulty in being able to perform their rescue task with accessibility. I also followed up with conversations of folks that are on the Nordic team and really wanted to get a sense of how this could be utilized by search and rescue. And from all accounts, everyone that I spoke to with search and rescue was incredibly supportive of this vehicle and thought that it had tremendous potential in aiding them in getting their job done. So looking at it from that vantage point, I think all of it is important, but really when we talk about our recreationists and what our county looks like, that four-wheel drive capacity with the medical aid component in it, I think will be incredibly beneficial to those folks. Our community partners, again, talking to, first of all, I would like to congratulate our fair, their fair board, their staff and their directors on, I'm hoping that they have turned a corner and better days are ahead. That is an incredibly important facility, again, to the county. And with that fence along the back, it sounds like it would help them with a lot of the transient population that moves onto the fairgrounds and some of the maintenance issues that they're having when there is some damage to some of the facilities. It is a one-time expense. I think it will definitely help them in their maintenance of the fairgrounds, and so I do support that. I heard Supervisor Hanfield talk about a $30 per artist charge on the 500 artists. I want to say that I think getting that directory would really have positive benefits. And actually, I had made some notes in here because other groups have shown us some really good examples of that. Farms of Tuolumne County, where the local growers came together, did some self-assessments, and really put together some wonderful promotional materials. And so I support the arts tremendously, but I would probably support it at the $45,000 marker and hope that you would be able to reach out to your artist community and get them engaged in helping promote themselves under your leadership. The museum. I actually support the museum for the full $22,000. Again, because when I look at that, I think it is a lot of, there are some one-time dollars in there for improvements, which they, again, an amazing group of volunteers, and they've done an awful lot with very little support from us. And so with the idea that this is not going to be an ongoing budget item at this level, and that it is, I believe 2/3 of that money was for maintenance, not maintenance, but improvements to the patio and the halftime position could be an ongoing request, but the maintenance items would not be. I could support the one-time $22,000 in this year's budget. And Supervisor Hanfield said it. We have the jail. And so when I look at these items, I really am putting it in comparison to what what we have in front of us and the commitment that we've made to getting that done. And so I feel comfortable weighing it under those terms.
Okay. Mr. Pedro, are you counting noses as we go here a little bit? Okay.
Well, what I'd suggest is we usually have done in the past, I'm hearing three major issues. One is the transfer of the Parrots Ferry money. Second is the outside agencies. And third was what to do with the planner position. It'd probably be good to have a consensus in each item.
Let me throw my 2 cents in so I could get my nose counted.
Okay.
in this.
Only 2 cents?
Yeah, just 2. First, I want to address the medical vehicle, because I'm not going to call it an armored vehicle. I look at it as a heavy-duty ambulance. If I was taking general fund money today to buy that, I wouldn't be supporting it because I think we're just strapped in general fund money. But that's not the issue here. I think what we need to have everybody understand that the sheriff is in charge of protecting the people of Tuolumne County, and we should have some trust in him because the people of Tuolumne County elected him. So I'm not going to question, whether it's a good or bad thing to do. I just want to make sure that the sheriff and his staff can do the best job that they can to change the perspective of what Mr. Supervisor Royce mentioned, because there's a lot of people that feel that way. There are a lot of people who talk to me. So, the challenge is to the sheriff's department to make sure that they change that, and because obviously there's some times it can be used, and we know that we're not going to be using it to bust down buildings and things like that. That's not the purpose. So let's keep that in mind. The Arts Council, I've supported it all along. I think they do a tremendous job. You look at the amount of turnover dollars that arts brings into the community, and it's very important. But I do like Supervisor Hanveld's idea about a membership for those 500 artists. They can work to support themselves, and I think that I'm in full support of doing the I believe it was 45,000, and let's see if we can work on another plan. And again, we're talking about the jail. We're talking about all the places that we can put these funds. So I think that it is a challenging thing to do, but I would certainly support that. The fair, I think they're a good partner of Tuolumne County. I certainly support that. And I especially support the museum's request. They're the keeper of our archives, in a sense, not the ones that are up in the Carlo DeFerrari building, but the history of Tuolumne County is in that building, a lot of it. And there's a lot of people that volunteer their time to take care of it. So I think those are requests that if we can afford to do them, that they're certainly valid requests. I certainly agree with putting the Paris Ferry money in reserves at this time, and if the bids come back and we can do it, then we should. So we did some thank yous, but we left out, I think, some really important people, and that's the other elected officials of Tuolumne County. Staff has done a wonderful job, but we don't want to lose sight of all the other elected officials that work with Mr. Pedro on this budget to make it work. I've said this before, and some of the other board members don't believe this, but I get a lot more compliments than I get complaints about Tuolumne County staff, and it's almost every day. The other day, I got a real good compliment about Debbie's staff. There was a gentleman that I happened to know downstairs, and he was getting some information and changing some business stuff. And so I asked him when he left, I said, "What kind of service did you get?" He goes, "Couldn't have been nicer, couldn't have been better, friendly." And I get that all the time. And every department in this county has gotten so friendly with their customers. So whether you go to the tax assessor's office or the district attorney's office, or I even get compliments on the sheriff's office. Can you imagine that? But this is a great team. I'm proud to be part of it, and Mr. Peter and your staff, great job on the budget, and that's my 2 cents. Okay, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. You want to try it? Go ahead.
If I make a motion and it includes 14 for the fair, 45 for the arts, 22 for the museum, is that your nose count?
You could either make specific motions and try to approve this right now, or if just to confirm the direction, what may make it easier for the morning is get consensus on what you want. We can come back later in the day and with the final action.
Consensus? Yes. All right. The consensus is that we're going to make some changes. Mr. Pedro is going to come back this afternoon with the final budget that we'll vote on.
Okay, but what I heard clearly was consensus on the Paris Ferry money going to contingencies for right now, not lacking support of the project and so forth. That's a tactical, temporary move. I hear that very clearly. I heard, as far as going down the outside agencies' support for the fair at full amount, appeared to be consensus, on that. Arts at the 45,000 level versus the 60. Museum, I've heard it both ways, so I probably need some specific on that.
I'll go to 22.
Yeah.
Okay, then 22. So the only reduction would be to arts, the 15, and what I would propose to do is put that into contingencies and do it that way. On the planner, do we want to remove that or not?
My opinion, no, because things are picking up, and there's issues that we're going to have to address, and we're going to have the planner to do it.
Yeah, and I think that's also wrapped into succession planning much more than it is to workload. So.
Yes. So we only have one holdout on that. Are you going to change your mind, Supervisor Hanfeld? You're the fellow that always talks about succession planning. I hear it all the time from you.
Yeah, and I haven't seen one, so I'm glad to hear someone was listening. Look, I'll go along with it, but I would like to hear a report from the DPRT on process.
I think that's a given. We want to do that.
Right.
But that's not.
I take that
public
as direction. We're going to have some workshop back here, and we'll talk about it. So
You want
the-
some help?
Yes.
So the direction then is that we'll come back with a budget that moves the Paris Ferry money into contingencies temporarily, provides 45 versus 60,000 for the arts, with the 15 going into contingency. That's the final. Those will be the only changes, and we'll make sure that the numbers, the resolution reflect that. And I don't know if Debbie wants to talk about.
I have to change it.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll make those changes and come back. We could do it after lunch at 1:30.
Okay, we'll do it 1:30. Supervisor Rutherford.
I just have one more comment, if I may.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman. On the sheriff's vehicle. That incident downtown Sonora could have been dramatically, first of all, there was a lady that was hit by a stray bullet in that, and she was being tended to by medics out of an ambulance. And that situation came back into the same area where she was being tended to. And that would have been dramatically different if the individual had been armed with a high-powered rifle instead of a handgun. So I support the sheriff's vehicle, and I didn't get a chance to say it when I talked before. I just wanted to go on record on that.
Anything else? All right, we're going to take about a 15-minute recess. We're going to, Mr. Pedro, you're going to take care of that invitation. No. All right, we're going to take item 15 now. Will the clerk please read item 15?
Consideration of supporting the concept of the joint funding for the Greenlee Road Mona Way intersection project, establishing the terms under the funding will be provided by the county, and directing county staff to assist the city in implementing the project.
Ms. Shane.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Now that the City of Sonora has completed the Mona Way widening project from Greenlee Road to Fur Drive, the city is ready to take on the next project on their list of important improvements, and that will be the improvements to the Greenlee Road Mona Way intersection. The city is asking for your partnership on that project, similar to what we did for the Mona Way widening project. In 1987 and 1998, the City of Sonora, the county, and the Tuolumne County Transportation Council undertook studies to evaluate the impacts of growth and development to the regional transportation system. Back in 1987, the Traffic Mitigation Fee Program was created to fund these regional improvements. Those studies identified three major projects in the City of Sonora. Those were the widening of Mona Way from Greenlee to Fur Drive, extending Greenlee Road south to Sanguinetti Road, and the third one was improving the Greenlee Road Mona Way intersection. Two of these projects have been completed by the city, and now the city is asking for your support to complete the third project. The Greenlee Road Mona Way intersection improvements include widening the northerly leg on Greenlee Road to 6 lanes, undergrounding utilities, installing new sidewalks, crosswalks, and paving, and modifying the traffic signal. This project will also require the acquisition of right-of-way along the easterly side of Greenlee Road from the former Andy's Home Center site and also the corner gas station site. That site currently has 0.64 acre. The city project would require approximately 1,600 of an acre, and the city would then sell the excess property. The estimated cost of this project is $3 million. That includes $1.5 million to $2 million for property acquisition, relocation, demolition, and site clearance, and $750,000 to $1 million for environmental review, design, construction, and project management. The city has approximately $1 million for this project. They're asking your board to support a partnership with the city in which the county would provide 2/3 of the funding, the city would provide 1/3. This is significantly greater contribution by the city than the partnership that we had for the Mona Way widening project. In that partnership, the city provided 9.6% contribution to the cost, while the county paid 90.4%. The county's share of that project was approximately $4 million. As proposed by the city administrator, the county's contribution would be a maximum of $2 million for this project. And also, if the city, or when the city sells the excess property from the gas station site, that would be a reimbursement to the county. So there's potential for the county to actually get some money back on this project. In November of 2009, your board established a list of priorities for funding projects through the Traffic Impact Mitigation Fund. The first priority was the widening of Mona Way from Greenlee to Fur. That project has been completed by the city. The second highest priority was the Rawhide Road Bridge Replacement Project. Your board has allocated traffic impact mitigation fees for that project already. The third priority project was the improvements to the Greenlee Road Mona Way intersection. So this request is consistent with the priorities that were previously established by your board. The county has 3 separate funds for the traffic impact mitigation fees. One is the 1999 fund, which is proposed to be used for this project. The other fund is the sub-network fund, which does not qualify for funding this project. The third fund is a regional fund, and that is what you have already allocated for the Rawhide Road Bridge Replacement Project. Currently, the total fund balance for the 1999 Traffic Impact Mitigation Road Improvement Fund is $7,446,000, or approximately $7.5 million. Of that, you have allocated funds for the Fifth Avenue project, and that's approximately $2.1 million. There is still an allocation for the completion of the Mona Way widening project, which, again, the project is essentially done. There are some remaining costs that we have budgeted for this year, and you allocated last year. So the total unallocated balance is currently $5.159 million. This project, the city is asking for $2 million, which would leave a balance of approximately $3.1 million of traffic impact mitigation fee money. Now, some of that money has been loaned out, so the cash balance, if you make this allocation, will be approximately $600,000. So you do have the funds to allocate for this project. The project is consistent with the priorities that your board has previously established for utilization of these funds. And if your board does decide to support the city's request, then today your board would just be providing direction that you do support the request, that you would direct staff to work with the city of Sonora on an agreement that we would bring back to you. That would be a cooperative agreement between the city and the county, and that I would ask that you provide direction as to the level of support that you want to provide. What is proposed is a maximum of $2 million contribution, with also the county receiving any of the funds that the city will receive when they sell the excess property.
Supervisor Hanveld.
Question for clarification for the public. When you talked about the finances in the fund, you said we had $5 million, but some of that was loaned out.
Yes.
And the balance was $600,000. Is that the current balance or after we allocate $2 million to the city?
That would be after.
So we're not going into...
You would not be going into negative numbers.
That's, well, but that wasn't clear.
Okay.
That's why I wanted that clear. Thank you.
Supervisor Royce.
Sure. I just wanted to share a couple points that I think are important to consider when looking at this type of funding. The funds that we're dealing with here are regional funds. As these fees are collected, they're collected with the intent to mitigate impacts to the regional transportation network within our county. So you have an intersection like Greenlee, which is a perfect example of an intersection that has very, very high traffic counts that is generated by traffic from all over the county. You have people that come from every district, every area to go to the hospital, to go to the different retail stores that are in that area. The Law and Justice Center, which is actually also responsible for some mitigation and traffic for that intersection, so all contribute to this. And I think it's one of the main areas within the county that you see right now that has congestion problems. It's easy to go, drive through there and identify the problem. So I support it. I think it's something really important that we fund. I think that the 2/3 share is a good gesture on the part of the city. I appreciate that very much. So I would just encourage the rest of the board to support it.
Okay, before we go on, we have a request to hear from the public. So, would public, please come forward. I do have a couple questions for Ms. Shane.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Tim Miller, City Administrator, City of Sonora. First, I'd like to thank your staff, Craig and Bev, for working with the city on this proposal. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for advancing this item up on your agenda for the benefit of myself and others that are in attendance. I'll start by saying we made a commitment when we came back and asked you for additional money for the Monoway widening project that we would put into this project our available resources, and that's what we've done with our proposal. Given what we have in our current fund and the obligations that exist out of that fund, plus what we expect to receive from the hospital, less reimbursements they would be entitled to, we are putting in essentially everything we have available. That kind of set the framework for the ratio that we've proposed, and the reason we're asking for the $2 million. The budget for this project is, as Bev has stated, estimated today at $3 million, and it would be a 1/3, 2/3 split, which is significantly different than the cost share on the Monoway widening project. And there's some additional caveats with the cap for the county's participation and the return of the funds from the resale of the property. So we tried to put together as really the best deal that we could, and that's what we presented to you today. We agree with some of the comments of the board. This is a critical improvement, regional improvement, not just for the city's benefit, but the entire county, and would ask for your favorable support. Bev's done a great job on going through the history and the priorities and your fund balances, so I'm not going to go into detail about those, but would respond to any questions you have, and again, ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Miller? Saying none, any more public comment? Saying none, I'll bring it back to the board. My question, Ms. Shane, is we have the encumbered amount, and that's being paid back at how many dollars a year?
Between the two loans, it's approximately $700,000 a year.
Okay, and so how many years, how much money are we going to have at the end of the payback in that fund?
When everything is done, the total will be almost $7.5 million.
Okay.
The total outstanding loan balances is approximately $2.5 million. That's why today you have about the $5 million that's unallocated.
Okay. I just asked that because I want to make sure that we have some money in that account, so when we do the Rawhide Bridge and Fifth Avenue, that there's some contingency money to take care of unknowns, because there always seems to be unknowns in this county, and not being critical, but it's just important to have that money set aside.
Supervisor.
Sherry.
Yeah, and so I just want to highlight what I see as really the regional implications of this. I pulled up the traffic study that was done in 2013 on the daily traffic count, and on going actually westbound on Monoway, it was 17,724 vehicles. Going eastbound on Monoway, 22,126 vehicles. And going northbound on Greenlee Road, 16,514. This is from 2013, so I think it is fair to say that with the additional projects that have come to fruition in the area and that are proposed. And I want to thank the hospital for being what looks like a great partner on this. Those traffic counts are only going to increase. This has huge regional implications, and it has my full support.
Okay. Supervisor Hadveld.
Thank you, sir. A couple of comments. First of all, this project is long, I can't say it enough, overdue. Should have been done years and years and years ago. There's lots of other issues there. I agree with you that the traffic will only increase when we do this. I think with the expansion of the hospital, there'll be more demand there. And it's essential that we provide appropriate access for health care. It is our health care facility, and we need to do that. All that being said, I want to temper my comments before I make some suggestions on this, that the Monoway widening left a bad taste in my mouth. I love it, by the way. It's beautiful, and it makes things really nice. I don't use it very often, but I do like it. However, the estimates were under what the bids came in. I remember asking in this meeting on the record, did we take all the frills out when we went out for bid? I was told yes, we did. As beautiful as that wonderful textured painted wall is, that's a frill in my book. Cost a couple $100,000. We painted someone prevailing wage to airbrush it. That is insane. So my first question is, are we taking all the frills out of this job before we do it? If not, we better go back and do it. Second thing is, I think we paid too much more than our share on Monoway. This seems a little more reasonable. I'm willing to go along with it. Okay? But I'm not convinced that the city's the best manager of projects. I feel compelled to say that. And so, you know, fine, you're going to give us money back for a piece of land when you sell it. You could give it away and we'd get nothing. I'd like some guarantees in this. I'd like something a little harder. I'd like commitment from the city to take all the cost overruns. If they have to borrow money, they have to borrow money. I think we've been a good partner in this, and I'd like to see the relationship on this tightened up. I don't want to see the county at risk for more money. But the project's got to be done. It's absolutely essential. It's got to be done. And so with that, I'll support it.
Okay, we have a question in there, and I think the question would be for Mr. Miller. Are all the frills out of this project, Mr. Miller?
Well, you've seen the preliminary plans that are in your packet. There's an extensive project description of what we're going to do, and it is the basic intersection improvements. We'll upgrade the signals as needed. We'll do ADA access at the crosswalks as needed. We're adding the right turn lane and taper lane on Greenlee as needed. Got to either relocate or underground the overhead power line, but there is no extras. It's all just straight street improvements out there.
Okay, and I think I have the answer to the other question is cost overruns. You're asking for an amount not to exceed. We're not going to give you any more money than the $2 million.
It's a one-third, two-thirds split, up to a $2 million commitment from the county.
So that's the most that we're going to commit. Does that answer your question, Supervisor Hanveld?
I'll accept the land sellback. We're going to get that money, so we're going to be a little less than that, whatever that amounts to. I'd like to see us participate somehow in that, so we don't give it away.
Well, the land will be sold at fair market value. So we're not going to give it away. I mean, we've got an obligation to restore those funds back to the mitigation fee fund for future projects.
Okay, answer your questions. Supervisor Rotifer.
Well, I'll just be very brief. I do use that intersection quite frequently, and I agree with Supervisor Hanveld on at least one of his points, and that is it's long overdue, and I'm going to support this project.
Any other board comment?
I'd be ready.
I want to make a comment
right.
first. I always get my turn and it's last. I think with the way the letter is structured, I think the county is in good shape, and there's no doubt it's needed. I think what's most important is that, we want to thank the hospital for having the faith of investing in Tuolumne County, and I don't think we need to be doing anything to impede that process, because that money's going to come back to us probably tenfold over the years. And although I'd love to keep it and put it on Old Wards Ferry Road, I think putting it there at that intersection is the right thing to do. So now I'll ask for a motion.
So I'd be happy to make that motion. Before I do that, I want to thank the city. I think they have heard some of the concerns that was raised by this board, and I think this agreement shows that they recognize those with putting the language in for maximum amounts of spending and any revenue that is generated from the sale of that property coming back to the county. So I want to thank them for that. I support. So the recommendation, you're going to come back to us with
the actual agreement, yes.
Correct. So I support the funding for the Greenlee Road Mona Way intersection project as recommended, and would like county staff to assist the city in coming forward preparation of a cooperative agreement between the city and the county with regard to project funding and other implementation matters. Actually establishing A-B as defined in A and B of number 2 on the recommendation.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Hanvelt. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read the next item? It would be item 7.
Consideration of designating a site adjustment to the Jamestown landfill for use by the sheriff as a nursery to be used in conjunction with the jail's vocational programs.
Troublemaker.
Hello, Sheriff.
Mr. Chairman, how are you, sir?
Doing great, thanks.
Good. This item is put on by my staff, Lieutenant McCaig, Program Specialist in the jail, John Fisher, and Under Sheriff Bill Pulley. So I'm going to turn the time over to them so that they can explain this project and this program, and they can answer any of your questions that you may have.
Thank you. So who's going to go ahead with this first?
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman, board members, council, CO Pedro. Also want to throw Daniel Richardson in here as part of our staff. He's worked with us for quite a while on this, and we appreciate his help. So we're here to talk about building a nursery, which seems like an odd thing for the sheriff's office to do, but I want to give you a little background as to how we got here. In May of 2014, along with the probation department as our partner, we developed our first inmate work crew. This was paid for through AB 109 and our partners with the CCP. And basically that work crew focused on cleanup type projects, ball fields, government entities, things of that nature. And then in August of 2014, we started our second inmate work crew. We call this the jail crew. It's paid through inmate welfare funds. And this crew, along with the first crew, have then started developing MOUs with Caltrans, U.S. Forest Service, and a number of smaller entities throughout the county to provide inmate labor at a very reasonable cost to give the inmates some sort of rehabilitation program. Some of the benefits that we have realized through this program, first off, that they've completed approximately 47,000 man-hours. If you calculate that out at minimum rate or minimum wage, it's a lot of savings to the county, approximately $74,000 to our, not just the county, but our entire community. We've done projects for the city of Sonora and things like that as well. These two crews have just proven to be a great asset to the community. The inmates are learning vocational skills and work ethic, and most importantly, they are truly participating in a restorative justice program where they are gaining a sense of community, having some pride within their community, and these types of programs have proven to reduce recidivism. So the nursery itself, as I've spoken to, we've had male inmate work crews up to this point. All things being equal, we now have to provide for the female inmates and have them have some sort of program to do. This was the brainchild of John Fisher. Approximately sometime before the first of the year, John came up with this idea that we should build a nursery, teach the female inmates horticulture and things like that, grow vegetables for the jail. This provides them an opportunity to train the females in a variety of in growing and nurturing plants from seedlings on up. This program, as it grows, has some opportunities. Some of those opportunities are providing no-cost seedlings for counties and cities and other schools, non-profit type organizations. It allows us to provide plants for fundraising. In that type of a program, let's say a school's doing a fundraiser for a specific item, we could provide the seedlings and plants for them to sell for their fundraisers. Now, let's talk about the location. We've worked very diligently with Daniel and Belinda back here to try to find a location. And the location we've settled on is a small portion small portion of county property adjacent to the county landfill. This property has been deemed surplus, and we don't see any, well, speaking for Daniel, we don't see any potential, what's the word I'm looking for, need or use for this property. There are some startup fees that would come out of inmate welfare. Obviously, we'd have to have water and power. The power is already at the site. The water we may have to trench in. It is at the front of the property, but we may have to bring it in. This could be done through inmate labor or through a contract. We have to buy the raised beds, the potting soil, things like that. We've already had approved the van, the program specialist, and the deputy that will supervise this program through the CCP this year. Total startup costs are $204,000, all to be paid out of Inmate Welfare Fund or the CCP. There are some ongoing costs, which I cannot nail down for you. It's going to be the utilities, ongoing watering, electrical. I don't really know what the electrical would be. It'd be very minimum, probably just the water pumps, things like that. Other than that, I can't give you a fixed number as to what those costs would be because we haven't started yet. I passed out some maps that show the location of this. The first one you're going to see is just the property outlined in yellow adjacent to the landfill. And then we have a close-up of the approximate size of the property on page 2. And then on page 3 is just a general layout. I will ask John, have I missed anything?
The Forest Service. We already have a 5-year agreement with the Forest Service. We went to Placerville, did a site. They really don't need us to do this, but they're doing us a favor. They're going to give us 5,000 seedlings to grow starting in the spring. We're going to grow them until September, October when it starts to go dormant. We're going to put them in cold storage through the whole entire winter. That come in spring, we're going to use our work crew to go out and actually plant the trees. This will give the inmates a sense of ownership for the county, and that's basically the only thing.
Just in terms of property, I was brought into it for natural resources. We've been talking to the United States, the Stanislaus National Forest, about rimfire reforestation, and that's where the tree idea came in, is allow the community to participate in reforesting. Like they said, they have quite the operation at Placerville, the U.S. Forest Service. They do not need our participation to grow the trees, but we thought it'd be a good opportunity to locally grow trees that would be planted here locally. And it's a very scientific operation. They give you seedlings that are by certain elevations, and so we are planting trees that are appropriate for the forest in certain areas where they need to be reforested. And then the other thing is just in terms of the county's property, having dealt with the property where the landfill is located and the property in back of it, which is grazing land. This is an appropriate use for this property, which is actually we've never used for anything for grazing purposes, and it is it's dormant. It's not on a road area. This property is definitely surplus at the moment.
I have a question. Have we had any contact with UC Extension Services Master Gardeners Program?
I was wondering.
I've been in contact with them to certify the garden once we get to that point, because there's no one in the county entity that has the authority to certify that. Once we start growing vegetables, we need to come out and have the soil evaluated. We have a point of contact from, her name's Deborah, up in Lake Tahoe.
Okay.
She's going to come down and give us an idea of what we're doing and how we're doing it. I ran a garden for Stan County with inmates for 10 years.
Okay.
So this is sort of my forte. That's probably the reason I brought the idea up.
Great. And as far as a hothouse program, have you considered doing something like that?
Since we're on the toe of the landfill, we can't build a structure because of the possibility of methane gas. What we can do is we can put a shade cover. The Forest Service, when we went and did our visit back in June, they had two frames, greenhouse frames. They're valued, they're surplus, and so they're going to actually donate them to us.
Okay.
So we're going to take those and we're going to put shade covers over them. To go through the winter to keep a garden going, we're going to do baby greenhouses, which are basically a planter box 20 by 4 foot. We'll separate it in half and have a little PVC greenhouse on each end so we can actually produce vegetables through the winter.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Supervisor
No
Roy?
questions, just comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I just think it's a great idea. I love the idea. Really positive thing, and just in general, philosophically, I think to help inmates improve their lives. Anybody that is going through that kind of thing, having something to give themselves some self-worth, teach them a skill, be a part of something. I think it's fantastic. So thank you very much for doing this.
I just want to thank Daniel, Belinda, and obviously probation, Adele. They've been great partners. They've helped us through this process. They've been wonderful.
Yeah, I can't think anything negative about it. This gentleman may, though.
Protect me from him, would you? No, I want to congratulate you. I think with the inmate programs that you've put together, and then this one shows the creativity, and like Supervisor Roy said, you're giving these people their lives back, and I think that's a big plus. So I congratulate you, and I fully support it. I'm impressed. I want to make sure you got room for expansion. This looks like a really good thing to do.
How many acres do we have there, Daniel? 100 and some odd acres?
Well, this particular area isn't the large
but I mean
backyard,
the whole piece of property.
Oh, we have a lot of acreage in the back, and I don't know, less than 100, but quite a bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Raise your own food. Yeah. Okay.
I just want to make a note. If Belinda had a chance to come up here, it is a landfill property, and she did notify the state agencies that need to be notified to make sure that we're okay with locating this at this area, and we're fine. We did the proper notifications.
All right, thank you.
Can I get a-
Sherry?
Yeah, I really like this concept and the idea of this project. I think the Master Gardeners may prove to be a partner, especially when we look at some of the emphasis with drought-tolerant plants and what availability there is. The U.S. Forest Service may have the trees to give you, but in reading this, I think you could prove to be a real asset to them if you're going to plant trees, have a crew plant trees. I think I read in here for $500 or $600 a day. And I actually see that as a real plus for the Forest Service. So I'm glad you did reach out to them, and you've got a lot of partners on this. I think it's going to be a really positive project.
Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah, I can't add anything to what everybody said, but I'd feel compelled to say it again. This is a great program, and thank you for the initiative that you've shown, and thank the staff for cooperating famously here. And I hope it goes great guns, and maybe you can feed the entire jail and juvenile detention facility with locally grown products. What do you think?
There was an article recently about the increasing cost of eggs. Lieutenant McKay came up with the idea that they'll get some chickens out there and start producing eggs. So, we're going to expand this, and once we're established, we'll invite you all out as well.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Any public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back for a motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
First and second. Supervisor Rutherford was the second, I believe. And Supervisor Royce made the motion. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, please read item 8.
Consideration of approving correspondence accepting AB 900 Phase 2 Adult Local Jail Construction Financing Program funds.
Ms. Frank.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is wonderful news. This is something that your board, the sheriff's team, and the county administrator, Craig Pedro, have been working hard on. So it's exciting to come before you in regards to acceptance of AB 900 Phase 2 funding. So as you know, back in January of 2014, the county was awarded $20 million from SB 1022. Those funds were to go for the construction of a new jail on the Law and Justice Center property. The programming for that facility consisted of 198 beds, administrative and program space, but it also contained a limited kitchen, basically a warming kitchen, if you will, and very limited laundry facilities. It's all we could do with the money that we had, so we put our best foot forward. The total project cost of the new facility was $36 million, and it was no frills. We took everything out. It was bare bones. But the $36 million with the $20 million that we received from the award left us with a cash match of $16 million. So this past spring, county staff worked diligently with state staff in regarding the needs for additional money for this project. We were looking at unspent money from AB 900 that another county had turned back. Specifically, our discussion with the state included these following items. We wanted to know what possible amount would be available for Tuolumne County if we were successful in getting it. We looked at the revised scope. So what would the state officials want as far as a new scope of work for this additional project, if you will? We wanted to look also at would it be one with two funding sources? Would they require one building, or would they require two buildings? And that was very important to us because one building meant efficiency of money, and the money that we did have would go a lot further. The other item that was very, very important to us and to the citizens of this county as we continue to keep our promise to them was the reduction of the overall match that we have towards this project. This past spring, AB 114, which increased the authorization of AB 900 to Lease Revenue Bond Financing Authority, was approved by the state legislature. It's great news because then on July 16th, the BSCC then took official action and notified Tuolumne County that they were awarding $13 million to Tuolumne County for the new construction. The additional funding brings the total state financing to $33 million. So what does this $33 million mean to Tuolumne County, and especially the Sheriff's Office? It means that we were able to increase the beds from 198 to 226. We were better able to provide classifications inside the jail, so that gave the sheriff's staff better ability to really look at the classification they have and separate it as needed, both for the inmate safety and for the staff. It also meant that we were able to add a full kitchen and a full laundry services. And this takes on more importance as we've when we did the programming and we did the design for the juvenile center facility. We talked about we didn't include a full kitchen in that facility because we plan to contract with the jail for those services. And then also, I think most importantly, reduce the cash match from $16 million down to $9 million. These are all exciting for us. So before you today, for your consideration, is a draft letter of acceptance for AB 900 Phase 2 Adult Local Jail Construction Finance Program. The BSCC is going to be meeting next month, which several of us plan to attend that meeting, in which they will take then formal action on this item to formally accept whether we accept the $13 million as part of this project. So the sheriff is here. If you had any questions for either myself or him, we'd be glad to answer them.
Okay, any questions? Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, this is almost an emotional moment for me. I want to thank some special people. I'm not going to name them individually, but certainly the BSCC and their staff, because I know they work very closely with our staff working through a lot of the application paperwork and helping us put together the best proposal we could. I want to thank the Governor's Department of Finance folks. They were also very helpful in, after a nice tour of our jail, helping us through some of the wickets with the governor's office. And also the CSAC staff, working with the governor's office and the BSCC staff and our staff, again, coordinating a lot of that. Here in the county, this culminates a lot of really hard work, and it's hard work on the part of the sheriff's office. I know he's been all over the state lobbying and doing it very effectively, by the way. His sheriff's office staff, but also most especially our jail commander and her staff for the work that she's been doing, the training that she helped coordinate to get us all back to Denver, Colorado in the middle of a blizzard. But it's very important, and it will be even more important as we go forward. And Mo, thank you for your work, and I know there's some other people in the CAO's office and the rest of the staff that did a lot of the work on this. It's very, very important. In the inimitable words of my predecessor, this is, for me, a no-brainer. We've already committed to this and this project in front of the BSCC board. So I'm certainly not going to be the one that doesn't support it. So, but again, thank you so much to everybody that worked so hard to make this a reality.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, I'd like to just add a couple comments. First of all, I agree with everything that he said. A lot of thanks go out to the state and the staff and everybody that worked with us on this. This is exciting to me because it makes the possibility of the jail a reality as opposed to just a dream. And it makes, I said earlier in an earlier discussion, the budget, that I believe that the jail is the biggest thing moving forward in terms of public safety. It's a big improvement for the inmates, but even just as important and maybe more important is the safety of our deputies that are assigned to the jail. As I said before, the BSCC board, when we were looking at the SB 1022 money, if you want to make a big improvement in the system, a net positive improvement, there's no better investment than Tuolumne County when it comes to jail, and I think that's true. So I want to congratulate all of our people that worked on this, and don't forget the thanks to the other people. This is moving forward, and I hope the county and the members of our community understand just what a big milestone this is. This is moving forward the way we need to, and to just make our county a better and safer place. So I fully support it, and I thank the staff, Mo and Tamara and the Sheriff's Office people, and for all the hard work they did in making this thing happen. Thanks.
Anybody else?
I just concur so wholeheartedly with what Supervisor Rutherford and Hanfield have said, and I hope that we are communicating to the BSCC board and CSAC our deep appreciation for their assistance on this, because we send a lot of letters. Most of the time we're seeking assistance, and it would be nice to express our appreciation for their assistance.
Anybody else? I've got a question for Mr. Pedro before you come up. But Mr. Pedro, how many years you been working on this jail project?
Oh, wow.
You can't remember that far back.
I had hair, and none of it was gray.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I know it's a long time coming, and my comment is thank the team, thank everybody that worked on it. Obviously, it was a good team. We're successful. We're getting the money, and with that, Sheriff, would you like to come forward?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really can't add anything more than what you have said, but I do want to point. I want to thank Mo publicly. I can be a tyrant at times, and I know that. My staff knows that, and I want publicly Mo to be recognized and Mr. Pedro to be recognized. The sheriff throws a lot of tantrums, and they put up with my tantrums, and I can't thank them enough. They've been committed to this project from the beginning. They have worked very diligently on this project. I don't know how Maureen does what she does with this project, a juvenile hall going, and whatever else she does. I mean, that alone, the one project alone is a full-time job, but she's able to do that, and I truly do want you to know how much I appreciate her, and I want her to know how much I appreciate her. Supervisor Rutherford, you said it perfectly. It is a very emotional day because this is a long time coming. And I think that what was done previously about what we're trying to do with these inmates, trying to provide an avenue for them to rehabilitate themselves. Incarceration is part of rehabilitation. But there are other alternatives. And I'm grateful for my staff. We have been politicking up and down the state, but you have been doing the same, and so thank you so much. Mr. Pedro has been doing the same. Thank you so much. Thank the governor's office. This is a great time and for Tuolumne County, and I just want to thank you for your support on this. And this is it'll be a great day because this has been going on from since I've been here for 7 years. Sheriff Coain, Nutting, Rogers all tried to do it. I'm just fortunate enough to be in the position at this time to see it come together. So thank you for your support.
Anyone else wish to speak? We're all done, so we'll look for a motion.
I move on staff recommendation to accept the $13 million for construction of the new county jail from AB 900 Phase 2 funding program.
Second.
Well, second by Supervisor Hanvelt. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you, Mo.
Thank you.
We got another one, don't we?
We do.
Will the clerk please read the next item?
Number 9, consideration of applying for the SB 863 Adult Local Criminal Justice Facility financing for construction of the new county jail.
Great. So the state recently approved Adult Local Criminal Justice Facility financing. Sorry, they should make these grants a lot smaller in their words, but basically SB 863. This funding is to assist counties in housing and providing programming and treatment space for offenders. Specifically, what the grant funds are looking at trying to do is really looked at outdated, compacted housing units and trying to get them if you will, up to code, make them, emphasizing on trying to reduce recidivism and looking at public safety, both, again, for the inmates and for the staff. The award, the counties that receive funding from either SB 1022 or AB 900 would not receive any additional scoring preference points, if you will, in submitting an application. For a small county, the maximum award would be $20 million, just like it was for us under SB 1022. Applications for this grant are due to the state by August 28th. As you know, as we just discussed, the sheriff and the county administrative team are working with Lionakis. We are just about to finish schematic design, and by the end of September, we'll be going into design development, which means that we're starting to get down to the nitty-gritty, the details of putting the plans and specifications together for the new jail. With the additional $13 million that we just received that we were talking about a minute ago, the building that we have, I wouldn't say it's absolutely everything, but it's an adequate facility for right now for our needs. And so in discussing this with the sheriff's office and the admin staff, we're coming before you because we feel there's a lot of challenges if we were to apply for this grant. Number one, as we were talking about, to really put the time and effort into it in regards to doing a high quality application that we're used to turning in, that we've been successful with before, would be very, very challenging given the timeline of August 28th. The availability of the team right now to divert resources from what we're working on right now as far as the design of the jail and to work on this would be almost impossible. But if you wish, we'd be willing to do that for you. The required match for this grant is up to 10% or $2 million. So the other concern for us, again, as I mentioned, because we both now have received AB 900 and 1022 funding, we would not receive those preference points. And we're being told from BSCC that they expect us to be very, very competitive as far as a grant opportunity. So with all of these challenges, staff is coming before you to recommend that at this point in time, we're not saying down the future we might want to reconsider it if other grant funds, but right now with this one coming in front of us, we're recommending to your board that we do not submit an application for 863.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, I'll add one. All those folks at the state that I talked about that helped us through all of this, I am very reluctant to insult them by going in and asking for some more money right now. We always predicated all of our requests in the past on the basis that we were the worst jail in the state. I didn't say that originally. Someone out of the governor's office did. And I think that we're on our way to a solution, and I'm absolutely supportive of the staff recommendation.
Any other board comment? I agree. Okay. Public comment. Bring it back to the board for a motion, please.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
First by Supervisor Rotifer. Second, Supervisor Brennan. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
10, consideration of approving the lease agreement with the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency.
Hi. Before you today is a approval of a lease agreement with ATCA for the food bank that's located in Jamestown. In 1999, Tuolumne County applied for and received $500,000 to purchase a building located on 10059 Victoria Way in Jamestown. The purpose of this procurement was specifically for the the construction of and the renovation of a facility for the food bank to provide those services throughout the county. The initial lease agreement that the county had with ATCA was for a 10-year period at $1 per year. The current lease agreement with ATCA terminated this past March, and staff need to come back to you and talk to you about renewing this lease agreement. On June 2nd, I did come before your board requesting consideration of a new lease, and at which time your board expressed some concerns in regards to some of the maintenance items that were needed for that facility. Since that time, both ATCA and county staff have gotten together, and we looked at the facility and some of the needs that are there at this location, and have come up with the following agreements. The county would fund a new roof at this facility, and we have put that in your fiscal year 15-16 budget that was just approved this morning. So that's already in your capital budget. For the following year, in 16-17, we will put into the capital budget a seal coat of the driveway and replacement of 2 HVAC units that are needed there. The other thing to be considered, or the other thing your board needs to know about, is the National Disaster Resiliency Competition. One of the projects that's being considered for award of money off of that application is the food bank. And so if we were successful in that activity being placed on the application and the application was successful, then some of these and other improvements to the facility would not be needed by the county. They would be covered by the NDRC application. So that would be good news. And I'll know about whether it's included in the application or not in the next week or two. And then October 27th, the application goes into HUD for NDRC, and then we'll know by January whether or not we'll have funding for it. So before you today is the same lease agreement as before. It is for a period of 10 years, taking us to 2025, with the possibility of 5 one-year periods. There is, as usual in most of the county contracts, there is a 90-day out clause by either party, giving them written notice. The rent for the facility is $1 per year for the term of the lease, and the agreement is that property will always be utilized for the term of this lease by ATCA as a food bank to serve the county. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, any public comment? I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation with the comment that food bank is one of the great pieces of the ATCA operation in our county, and I fully support it.
Second.
We have a first and second. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you. We're going to skip item 11 and move on to items 12, 13, 14, and...
Okay, number 12 is consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance to add a new section 1504055 to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
So you owe Mr. Pedro for this, you know.
Yes, I know. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. The state of California has a policy to promote and encourage the installation and use of solar energy systems by limiting obstacles to their use and by minimizing the permitting cost of such systems. Section 65850.5G1 of the California Government Code requires that on or before September 30th of this year, every city and county adopt an ordinance that creates an expedited, streamlined permitting process for small residential rooftop solar system energy systems. Tuolumne County also encourages the use of such systems through implementation program 4F and policy 4H2 of the Tuolumne County General Plan. Our Building and Safety Division currently does expedite processing of these applications for small residential rooftop solar energy systems by issuing permits over the counter. We also accept and approve such applications electronically, which are submitted by email or fax. As such, the county already complies with the intent of this law. However, the law does state that we must adopt a specific ordinance to address the process that we already have in place. We have prepared the proposed ordinance for your consideration, which would provide for accepting and approving applications electronically. The ordinance also directs the chief building official to develop and maintain a checklist of all the improvements which small rooftop solar energy systems must comply to be eligible for the expedited review process, and requires the building official to administratively approve such applications that do qualify. The ordinance also limits the number of inspections that can be required to 1 unless the system fails the inspection. Obviously, we can do a follow-up inspection. The ordinance also addresses the installation of a small residential rooftop solar energy system that deviates from the checklist for eligibility. Today, I'm here to ask your board to waive the first reading of the proposed ordinance and to schedule adoption of the ordinance for your meeting on September 1st.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, any public comment? Bring it back for a motion.
Yeah, I'd move that we waive the first reading on ordinance 15.04.055 to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code and schedule adoption of the ordinance for our September 1st, 2015 meeting.
We have a first and a second. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Item 13.
Consideration of approving plan specification and bid book for the Jackson Street, Yankee Hill Road reconstruction project.
Ms. Allen.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer for the Community Resources Agency. In May, staff presented to you approving the plan specifications in the bid book for advertisement for Jacksonville Street, Yankee Hill Road reconstruction project and the Dodge Ridge Road reconstruction project and informed you of the changes needed on the Parrots Ferry Road reconstruction project. At that time, your board asked staff to set the priority to fund Parrots Ferry reconstruction. Based on the adoption of the budget today and what was said, Parrots Ferry Road reconstruction is supported is supported by your board, and funds would come from the contingencies at a later date. Therefore, Jackson Street, Yankee Hill Road reconstruction project and the Dodge Ridge Road reconstruction project can proceed with allocated funds. This is like Sally sat by the seashore. Jackson Street, Yankee Hill Road reconstruction project consists of a cold foam in-place recycling of the existing roadway, a rubberized chip seal, adjustment of existing utility frames and lids, and traffic striping. The total length on Yankee Hill is 0.74 mile, with a bid additive up to 0.70. Jackson Street, Yankee Hill Road is classified as a minor collector from Parrots Ferry Road to Sawmill Flat Road. The proposed project will reconstruct the road to its existing width, which varies from 9 feet to 11 feet wide travel lanes with minimal shoulders. The road does not have adequate right-of-way to improve it to a minor collector standards. Consequently, this project entails only reconstruction and not widening of Jackson Street, Yankee Hill Road. The proposed reconstruction project will provide and greatly improve safe and adequate public access and circulation as referenced in the Implementation Program 2.AB of the circulation element of the general plan. Force account will be performed for full depth or deep patching, also known as dig-outs, which is necessary in order for the cold foam in-place recycling process to comply with the specifications. In addition, additional grading will be needed to provide a level surface for to receive this treatment. It is recommended that your board approve the plan specifications and bid book for contract number 1661 Jackson Street, Yankee Hill Road Reconstruction Project, and issue a call for bids to be due on September 10, 2015 at 2 p.m. based on the findings listed in the staff report.
Okay, any questions? We've talked about this a lot, so there shouldn't be too many more questions. Any public comment? Seeing none, bring back to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the plan, specifications, and bid book for contract number 1661 and issue a call for bids to be due on September 10th, 2015 at 2 p.m. based on the findings A through D.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. A call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. The second was Supervisor Royce, I believe. I guess he needs to speak into his mic. Is that okay? Next item, please.
Okay.
14 is consideration of approving plan specifications and bid book for the Dodge Ridge Road reconstruction project.
Ms. Allen.
Dodge Ridge Road Reconstruction Project consists of, in general, cold foam in-place recycling of the existing roadway of a hot mix asphalt overlay, slightly different than Yankee Hill, and a traffic striping. The total length on the project on Dodge Ridge Road is 0.47 mile. Dodge Ridge Road is also classified as a minor collector. This project proposes to reconstruct the road with its existing width, which is approximately 11 feet wide, travel lanes, and minimal shoulders. The road does not have adequate right-of-way to improve minor collector standards. Consequently, the project entails only reconstruction and widening and not widening of Dodge Ridge Road. The proposed reconstruction project will provide greatly improved, safe, and adequate public access circulation as referenced in the Implementation Program 2.A.B of the circulation element of the general plan. It is recommended that your board approve the plans, specifications, and bid book for the contract number, I believe this is 1689, Dodge Ridge Road Reconstruction Project, and issue a call for bids to be due on September 10th at 2 p.m. based on the findings in the staff report.
Any questions? Any public comment? Randy?
So when would the work physically get done?
We are doing it this year.
This year,
Mhm.
before the snow.
Before the snow.
Okay. That's
Okay.
that's
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I have a comment, and it is absolutely not specific to this item. It's a general comment. I meant to make it when I was talking about the project in my district. But what I am saying, and I think some other people are saying, is as we add traffic lights into our system, road system, we are creating additional traffic on some what have been just local community roads to avoid the traffic lights and the associated delays associated with that. And I think we just need to have in our playbook for the future maybe some additional traffic studies to see what impacts on our local community roads some of these improvements that we're making for valid public safety concerns. And I'm just thinking Union Hill, I know a lot of people, if they're coming from Sonora towards Angels Camp on 49, but they're going to go to the Springfield Estates, North Airport Road area, will turn right there to avoid stopping at the light and then turn left on Union Hill and then right onto Shaw's Flat. Same thing's happening on 49 coming the other way on Mount Brow Road. So I just think we need to think about that in the future. It has nothing to do with my support of this particular item.
Any other comments? So we just did a traffic count study here just recently on all of those roads, I believe.
The Transportation Council is currently working on the updates to the Regional Transportation Plan, which includes an update to the countywide road model. And once that's in place, any additional studies can utilize the model, which makes it much easier and cost-effective to do individualized studies.
Okay, thanks a lot.
All right, any other comments from the board? I'll ask for public comment again. Seeing none, I'll bring it back for a motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Well, first by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Hanveld. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Do we want to do 15A? Is that where we're at? We got time to do that, don't we?
Consideration of approving correspondence concerning proposed action of the over-the-snow vehicle use designation plan.
Good morning still. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. The Natural Resources Committee recently adopted a letter that it sent under the Natural Resources Committee name concerning the over-the-snow vehicle plan that the Stanislaus National Forest is proposing. Currently, they had a comment deadline of August 10th. We knew we could not meet that deadline here for the Board of Supervisors, so the Natural Resources Committee went ahead and approved a letter. We are now coming to the Board of Supervisors to adopt a similar letter that states concerns over this plan. Some of the items listed in the letter are there's the difficulty to read the map that they presented. There are some technical things. There restricting use in some areas, allowing use in other areas, and it's difficult. It will be difficult for a rider over the snow to know when I've moved from a permissible area to a restricted area, just because some of the areas are very, the geography isn't real obvious, and it may actually landlock or make some residences inaccessible during snow times, using traditional snowmobile routes. So a letter has been prepared for your consideration. If you want any changes, now's the time to make them.
Any questions?
Comment?
Comments? Comments?
So I asked for this agenda item to be placed because, as Daniel mentioned, we were under a timeline to get comments in by the 10th. And this was, I believe, the first response that we've written with the 2012 planning rule, which is significantly different, and that's why some of the language in here you'll see the term objections used, because that is specifically called out in the new planning rule. The bottom line is that as this was presented and the maps that were presented, would be incredibly hard for both our county residents and recreationists coming to our county to understand whether they were in compliance or not. There needs to be a lot more work done on this. We did request that a user group be put together, formed, so that they can come up with some solutions. But I think it's really important that the Forest Service understand where our board is in support of this, and also for the folks that we CC'd on this, that if the board chooses to pass this, that they know this is a board action and just not an action from the Natural Resource Committee.
Okay, any other comment? Supervisor Hanveld?
Yeah, I just want to comment about what's happening here. First of all, this came out of a lawsuit, I want to say at least 4 years ago, by Snowlands, and I've often thought it was an attempt to limit things, limit access of the public. Snowmobiling is a big deal. In fact, it's one of the ways that some of our less capable people can enjoy the forest in the winter. We don't have many miles of snowmobile trails, room for snowmobile trails in Tuolumne County, and so I think it's important we maintain what we have. I want to respect the environment, but here's an issue that really bothers me, and that is the concept of near natural. It is a term that has no meaning anywhere in law or anything else like that. It's unique to the Stanislaus National Forest, and in effect, they're using in this process the concept of near natural to extend the immigrant wilderness, and I object to that. I just absolutely object to that. It is not, the near natural areas are not designated wilderness, but they are using that as a buffer to, quote, protect the immigrant. The boundary is the boundary, and we need to resist that. Our people need access to their forest.
Near natural before man.
Well, my comment when I heard the term was I thought it was all natural.
All right. Any other comments? Questions? Any public comment? I'll call for a motion.
So I would move that the board authorize sending the letter signed by the board chair.
All right. Who had the second? Supervisor Hanville. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. So we have 4 minutes left. Do you want to do the rest when we come back after lunch? Mr. Pedro?
The only other thing you could consider, we do have one staff person came to see if there's any questions on a department item on number 11. You may or may not, and that way she could leave. And
okay.
I could just introduce it and see if there's any
yes,
questions on
why
that
don't you
item.
do that? That will save some time. Thank you. Read it, please.
Consideration of approving the responses to the 2014-15 grand jury report.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is time to look at consider your annual responses to grand jury report. There's two attachments in the report. One is the main focus of today, which is your specific responses, but I also included copies of responses that the grand jury asked of specific department heads. I do believe we have a staff person. I know for a fact in the audience, in case the board had any questions on the response provided by the HSA director and IT coordinator, which is also Deputy CAO Daniel Richardson, in the area of adult protective services. And if you do, we could take those questions now. If not, she could leave and we could take the rest of this up after lunch.
Okay, can you direct me to the page number?
Let me get there. $23, you think? Yeah, no, I'm getting there. Yep.
Okay, I just want to check, see if I had any notes there.
23 through 25. It's covered in the same item.
Okay, any questions or comments on that particular item? Do we have to ask for public comment, since we brought that up? Any public comment on that item? I see no questions, so looks like you can go to lunch. Mr. Pedro?
So we can break, and when we come back, we have the continued budget item, which ought to be pretty quick, and then we could take this item back up after that.
Right.
And then we have our other items after that.
Okay. Does that work for everybody? We'll recess until 1:30. Thank you. Let's see, it's 1:30. I'd like to open the Board of Supervisors meeting. And what we will be doing is returning to the budget discussion. And do we need Mr. Pedro in here for this? No. Yeah, why don't you reread it, and I'll give him time to get here.
This is a
okay.
Consideration of adopting the actions contained in the fiscal year 2015-16 budget documents, including personnel recommendations, capital improvement, technology projects, appropriation computation, method and limit, and the adopted resolution.
All right. Okay.
Let's talk
Yes.
about the appropriation limit and method.
Okay.
What you have in front of you are the calculations to establish what by most people call the GAN limit or the appropriation limit for 15-16. It should be noted that for the first time in about 7 years, all of the methods to do the calculations are positive. That the CPI is positive, the population growth both in the city of Sonora, the surrounding areas, and the county of Tuolumne is positive. The construction growth is positive. If you would have to go back to probably about 405 before these numbers were positive. So what I'm requesting or recommending to you is that you choose alternative number 2, which gives us the highest appropriation limit we can have, and that we would establish for 15-16 the appropriation limit at $131,046,602. We don't even come close to that limit. If you look at the proceeds of taxes, which is that $41,361,332 number, that's the number that is required to be less than your appropriation limit. We're only at almost 32% of that limit. So we would have the ability, if we ever wanted to do things like a sales tax or a utility tax, of course we would need the approval of the people, but for Tuolumne County, we're not even coming close to the appropriation limit. Other jurisdictions have that problem, but we do not. So again, what I'm recommending is alternative number 2 that would establish the limit at the highest level.
Okay, does this have to be a separate motion, or can it be done within the budget motion?
As long as you pick alternative number 2, I'm okay.
Okay, I would suggest we do this with the budget motion. Okay. All right, everybody has taken notes that's going to propose this motion of what? All right. It's taken us a while to get re-energized here after lunch, I think. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr.
Just
Peter.
one point of information is after we broke from the hearing today, I just wanted to mention that Connie O'Connor from the Arts Council came up, handed me a note saying that they wanted to make sure the board understood that in their proposal that was provided this weekend, it did include the concept of a fee per entry to the arts directory. And I went back to look at that, and I'll just read what it said. Is that the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance and their contractor Tuolumne County Arts Alliance will charge a small fee for listing in this directory to prevent abuse/spam, and this fee can be reduced for current TCAA members to encourage membership. So I just wanted to make sure you knew the concept was in what she had submitted to the board, though there is no notation as to how much they were going to charge. She felt that had been missed in the discussion.
Okay, so going back to Supervisor Hanvelt's computation that if they chose to charge $30 a year, they would have enough money to do that function. So any other comment from the board on that matter? Seeing none. Okay, Mr. Pedro?
So your board, I could read the motion and see if someone just wants to make it. That the board adopt all budget actions contained in the FY fiscal year 2015-16 budget document with the changes for the Parrots Ferry funding and the Arts Council funding directed earlier today, including all personnel recommendations as outlined in tab 2, attachments B and C, the ITSB project list contained in tab 2, attachment D, the capital projects list contained in tab 2, attachments E, F, and G, the appropriation limit computation, number 2, as recommended by the Auditor Controller, and handed out. And then the fiscal year 2015 adopted budget resolution as also just handed out.
So moved.
We have a motion by.
Second.
Okay, before I take the vote, I'm going to ask if there's any more public comment on this, just to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to speak. Okay. We have a first by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Brennan. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
11 is consideration of approving responses to the 2014-2015 grand jury report. Actually, it's continued consideration.
Mr. Pedro.
So, Mr. Chairman, again, the main mission today is to focus on the proposed comments in Attachment A. One has to do with the carpal case management system. That's an area that both the board and the CAO need to respond, and usually when my practice is when both of us are responding, I just do it with you. Under building, there's permit fees, and again, an area where the board and CAO are supposed to comment about permit technicians, and that's a board comment alone, county jail board alone, and the planning commission board alone. So there's proposed responses in each of those areas that start on page 5. And we could just walk through those. And
Yes.
I can just, again, I don't know if you want me to go through each one or by exception, just take questions or.
Would the board like me to ask if there's any disagreement or agreement, and instead of going through the whole thing, just go through the ones that, what would you prefer?
I can summarize. I know in the Carpel, the first one.
Yes.
They're just wanting to get on with implementing the system, and we're in agreement with that, and saying that will be implemented before the end of the fiscal year. And it gives some explanation, detailed explanation as to where we're at and why.
And this whole report will be on the county's webpage when it's completed. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
All right. Okay, go to the next one.
Okay, in the area of permit fees, there's quite a few things in here. Actually, this, I just looked myself. I'd like to make a finding here. It's kind of hard to summarize. There's some things that are pointed out in the grand jury is accurate, that there is, because the timing of when our fees are adopted through ordinance, and the application of a fee inflator that's also provided by ordinance. If you're to look at the ordinance online versus the current fees that are posted on websites and at service counters of departments, the fees are different. The only way to cure that is to have the board each year go back and update that entire ordinance, which is 24 some odd pages and hundreds of them. And there's no material difference. It's not going to change anything other than it would just sync them up. So we're agreeing with all that, but saying that it's mainly just a workload consideration. Do you want us spending our time on those kinds of things or getting other things done that actually make a difference? There's no disagreement with the grand jury. So we're really just saying in here that it would be, the board would just direct that such changes would be made the next time we did a county comprehensive update of our user fee ordinance.
Okay, Supervisor Royce has a question.
Yeah, just a quick one. I'm okay with that, and I think it's probably it would be difficult to update it every year, so I'm not thinking that. But maybe the next time we update it, just update it in a way to which it says this is a baseline and it will increase at this rate, and just address that. Put it in there and say that, put the rates on the internet or something on our website. That way it's published, people can see them, and they know that that's the baseline, so that somebody doesn't.
Can we put something on there now that would say that? Could we include
could try to figure out ways to do it. As in the ordinance itself, it points to the base fees, and then there's another section that talks to the annual escalator, which is tied to our labor costs. Then the departments also then post their fees. CRA is a great example because they have one for each division. The fees are posted, and perhaps when we post it, we could.
Are you talking about online?
Online, those
Yeah.
are posted online,
I
and we
look at
could
them all
say
the time.
something there.
Maybe in bright yellow.
Yes.
I'd like to just qualify that a little bit. I don't have a problem with doing that, provided we take a look at these things every so often. You know, there ought to be a productivity component in our work, just like everybody else, which slows down that rate of inflation. It shouldn't just be arbitrarily escalated ad infinitum. I think we need to work on keeping fees down. I sent you all a copy of a article called "The Death of the Starter Home." I don't want to be contributing to that. I think we need to find ways to streamline processes and reduce fees so that, in fact, we're helping people live better lives, not just increasing fees because inflation increased fees. So I think we need to be cautious about that approach.
Yeah. Just a comment on that, because we do periodically review them, and for the reasons you just stated, oftentimes the fees, will go down. And so sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. But when we've discussed the idea of a comprehensive user fee increase, the last few times the board said, we don't want you doing that right now. So we'll just try to pick the time and see when you guys are supportive of doing that. It's a lot of work, to do it, because you literally, our process calls for each activity, each service, you line out every single step of the process. What position does it? What's the average time to accomplish it? What's the cost per, and you break it all down. It's very clear, very defensible. It takes a lot of time. But that is how the process generally works, but we just haven't been told, go ahead and do an update. So, but I agree with what you're saying, because that's borne out over time when we've done it. There's times it actually goes down.
Okay, so do we want to include anything into our response to that nature that we will clarify on the webpage?
We can, so we can do that, approving that with that understanding. We'll add some
Okay.
comment that we'll put some explanatory clause statement on what we post online.
Okay. Moving on.
Okay, in the permit technician response, basically they're saying that the counter is understaffed, and in their evaluation, this is over at Community Resource Agency, and that their solution was to add a permit technician. And this is disagreeing in the sense that things changed since they were over there. Your board actually added an additional plan checker position, which substantially addressed that. And then even though they're dedicated, the two grant-funded building inspectors, one working on Rush Creek, the other on the juvenile detention facility, the fact of the matter is they are in there certain times of the day, and they also come to the counter when there's an overload, and that seems to be taking care of it. So it's just more up-to-date information from when they took a look. Your board had taken some action that resolved the issue.
Okay.
That one also, it's easy.
Supervisor, could you speak into your mic, please?
Yes, sir. It's easy to walk
Thank
into an area and say, hey, look, I got to wait in line, so they're understaffed. I don't think you can take a data point and extrapolate it. The other one is that's a management prerogative, and they don't have to fund the budget, and we do. And so I take a little issue with them over what I think is an overstepping of their bounds on that. I think they can tell us all they want about that, but I think it's our job to do that. We do need to serve the public. We need to serve the public efficiently and responsibly, but as far as telling us that we need to add people in a particular area, I take issue that that's outside their purview. Personal opinion.
Okay.
Okay, the next area is just on the jail. The grand jury is commenting that they felt that signage from the courthouse locating the reporting entrance of the jail facility was inadequate, and additional signage was necessary. This is a hard one to really I've never heard of that personally being a problem, but someone must have raised it or it wouldn't be before the grand jury. So I was just, but this is a tricky thing because there's things that are given to defendants as they leave, and then there's also signage. Signage can also be a real pollutant, putting up signs. I know it's difficult, especially if you're talking in downtown Sonora, right near the historic courthouse park and all that. So I suggest a response here that we agree to the extent that an adequate system for directing defendants to the proper reporting location of the jail needs to exist. So agree that they need to know how to get there, but not making a specific, not agreeing specifically with the need for additional signage. You can see all the specific signs that they're looking at. Suggested response is the recommendation requires further analysis. The board would direct staff to work with the sheriff, other justice system partners, and the city of Sonora developing the best system of providing adequate direction to defendants as to where they are to report at the jail. This system may involve some combination of paperwork provided to the defendants at the time of sentencing and new and/or upgraded signage along the lines recommended by the grand jury. Development of a plan and action on same should be completed by no later than December 31st. And this is actually somewhat consistent with the response from the sheriff, because I think he too acknowledged it's not all just about signage, but also that it takes cooperation from partners like the city if we're talking about signage. So it's not saying no, it's not an issue. It's just, this is needs a little review on our part and in partnership with the different stakeholders there, but we would act on it before the end of the calendar year.
So is this something that you might be discussing with the HPC, the Historic Preservation?
It could, depending upon what, again, we'd have to get together with, the sheriff and with the folks in the court and figure out what really is going on, and is the signage really necessary, especially the one downtown that they were talking about. I don't know that it'd be as offensive, right at the jail. And the sheriff may say, absolutely, we need it. It's a problem for us. But the one that'd be more problematic is the one right here,
correct,
downtown. So, agreeing they need to have clear direction, but need to talk with the different players as to what the real solution is.
Okay.
And then we have the Planning Commission. I'm just going to have to go through these one by one. So the grand jury finds, this is finding one, that the elimination of the Southern County Planning Commission especially disfranchises the Southern County area from the decision-making process. And basically saying disagree, and I totally leveraged a lot of writing that Bev had done on behalf of the Planning Commission here, because there's an extensive process, for input. I went ahead and included also whether it's really warranted, and the South County did include a letter to the editor that Planning Commissioner Jerry Baker had written, and he is the South County's representative on there. He's a business owner and resident, and he didn't think it was that it was really necessary. There's something that Bev had put in her initial response for the Planning Commission. I just italicized it because that's something I've heard your board say when we took the action, and even when I introduced this. It's in the last paragraph of the response to the finding, is that when a large or controversial project is proposed in the South County, the Planning Commission will conduct its hearing on the project in the community in which the project is located, either Lake Don Pedro or Groveland, just as the Southern Tuolumne County Planning Commission previously did. And it goes on, and in Bev's initial response, it talked about there had only been 6 small projects in the South County since the South County Planning Commission was disbanded back in, I think it was July of 13. And I'd asked Bev, can you give me an example, because the jury may not know this. So I put it in the last sentence. The 6 small projects mentioned included things such as a use permit for a sign, an open space rezone, a variance for a setback for a garage, and in addition to an existing commercial building. Those aren't really super significant, and so the Planning Commission chose not to meet over there. As far as the grand jury wanting to, they really like to have really what they'd like to have is like a Granicus type system where we can live stream and also be able to, excuse me? Oh.
Mr. Pedro, I'd like to comment on the Southern Tuolumne County before we go into that next one.
Would you like, maybe what I could do is, it's the way that things present. There's the findings and the recommendation. Maybe I should hit the recommendation and then on one,
Okay.
and then I'll quiet down and you guys can direct whatever you'd like. Then the grand jury just goes on and says, go ahead and reinstate it no later than December 31st, 2016. Also talked about it serving as an advisory body for the Planning Commission. Based on what I've heard the board say, as a response, I put the recommendation will not be implemented because it is not warranted for the reasons shared in the response to finding number 1. The decision to move back to a single countywide Planning Commission is accomplishing what the board intended when it took action back in July of 2013. And I put it as important to clarify that the Board of Supervisors could reinstate the Southern Tuolumne County Planning Commission. However, the Planning Commission would not be an advisory body to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission pursuant to statutes pointed to. The Board of Supervisors may create one or more planning commissions, each of which shall report directly to the Board of Supervisors. As such, the reinstated Southern Tuolumne County Planning Commission would have the same authority as it previously had within its geographic jurisdiction. Its authority would be the same as that of the Tuolumne County Planning Commission. So basically, it's got to either be a full planning commission or it doesn't exist.
Okay, my comment is I'm going to agree with Commissioner Baker in many of his points. I just want to make it clear that I still believe that a commission closer to the people would get more participation. But as it's pointed out, we have not had that much going on up there. I believe the commission is doing a good job in representing the concerns of that area. It's always hard to try to figure out how to get more people involved. I do believe we've had better participation when the Planning Commission was there. Just the sheer fact that it's 50 miles round trip to come to the meeting. But it's hard to judge this year because we've had so few. So, I think we just need to keep carrying on with it the way it is and see what happens. If it does become a problem, we can look at it again. My only comment.
Okay, keep going, or do you have?
Yeah, just keep. I'm done.
Okay, F2 is just saying that beyond the delayed broadcast on Cable 8, that the grand jury didn't feel that it adequately encourages public participation. Basically saying disagree. And I don't know if we want to read the whole thing. It's just the Planning Commission jurisdiction is limited, and people tend to be interested in projects that are located in their neighborhoods or otherwise may directly affect them. Basically, just doesn't warrant anything more than what we're doing. I'm going to slide all the way down to the F2 or response to that. Response is that so they'd like to see the Planning Commission broadcasted meetings live on the internet. Recommendation that's proposed is recommendation will not be implemented because it's not warranted for the reasons shared in response finding number 2. Further, the potential of live streaming Planning Commission meetings was discussed when the board authorized implementing Granicus for board meetings. There would be an initial cost for setup and training and additional monthly maintenance fees. This was not and still is not seen as a priority given the county's limited funding. And again, that's me trying to reflect back to when we discussed this and my sense of where the board would be on that. Okay.
Board
Moving on.
comment? Go ahead.
Okay. Finding 3, grand jury finds not having archived meetings available for the public to view on the county website results in less public participation. A disagreement, again, borrowing from Bev's response, there's audio recordings, minutes that have always been available, and there's been a little demonstrated interest in these materials, et cetera. So under our response to that is recommendation will not be implemented because it's not warranted for the reasons shared in response to finding 3. Further, this would require implementation of Granicus system for Planning Commission meetings, and consistent with response number 2, this is not a priority given the county's limited funding. Okay. Going finding 4, the grand jury finds that interactive planning commission meetings may have a positive effect on public participation. And what they're getting at there, I had to go back and read it a couple times, is truly where it's almost like a WebEx session where you can be asking questions online and trying to engage from afar. And while that, so I'm saying, agree, if you could make something like that work, that can make it real interactive. From a, how do you do that, follow Brown Act and do all those other kinds of things is kind of interesting.
Maybe we ought to expand that idea to Board of Supervisors
yeah.
meetings.
Well, I just went on just saying that the recommendation will not be implemented because it's not reasonable to pursue at this time, given the higher priorities for staff time and county's limited funding, because there'd be a lot of research involved here. By way of explanation, while the Board of Supervisors meetings are broadcast live through the Granicus program, interactivity is not provided. The public policy providing interactivity would need to be studied, as well as the technical aspects of how to implement it. The costs associated with implementing an interactive system would also need to be addressed. So that was a real out-of-the-box thought. I'm not being critical as I say that, but that's going to be a lot of policy and technical stuff that would need to be worked through and take a lot of time to do that. 5, grand jury finds the procedures currently used by the Planning Commission for giving notice of upcoming meetings is the minimum required by the Brown Act. Again, borrowing from Bev's work, disagree. She cites all the things that we're required to do, and does mention that certainly when they give notice for property owners, we go beyond the minimum distances required. We just don't do the minimum. We go beyond that. Let's see. Sorry, then in the recommendation, it says Planning Commission by December 31st, 15, Planning Commission posts notice in the community calendar section of the local newspaper, public libraries, all the post offices, by mail or to local senior centers, and on its live broadcast when they become available. Response, this recommendation has been partially implemented. Notices of the Planning Commission meetings are included in the community calendar section of the Union Democrat newspaper and are otherwise posted and mailed to individual property owners in accordance with California Government Code, County Ordinance Code, etc. Further, the county staff will make arrangements for Planning Commission postings to be made at all of the county libraries effective immediately. So we've already just done it. We have the ability to push those out, and we do that not only for like the board meetings, but we also provide that service for some local school districts and so forth. So we're just doing it. So that's, you know, doing part of what they wanted done. Did I skip one? I missed 6. Maybe they didn't want us to respond to that one. I'd have to go back because they don't ask us to comment on all of them. Grand jury finds that asking persons wishing to offer public comment to identify themselves in any manner is a violation of the Brown Act. Agree. And basically the response to 7 is this recommendation has been implemented and talks about that was brought to our attention. We took action. We don't do that, anymore. Is the summary of that response. 8.
Can I ask County Council for a clarification on that? With regard to the Brown Act, it's clear to me that the Brown Act, it makes it optional on whether a person identifies themselves. But if they are made aware of the fact that it's optional, is it still a Brown Act violation to ask them to identify themselves?
No. You can ask them to identify themselves. It just has to be made clear. You can't require them, and it's totally voluntary on their part. So that may be the one change is a clarification in this finding that the simple act of asking is not the violation. It's the requirement would be a violation.
Yeah, I'd like to make that change, and the reason that I want to do that is because I don't want to have something in writing that acknowledges that we have. I'm fully supportive of the Brown Act, but I don't want to set in place something in writing that acknowledges that we believe that more than what the Brown Act requires is required of us.
Okay, so we'll add something that clarifies what it is and is not. Okay, perfect. Grand jury F8, finding 8, grand jury finds that all public officials are required to attend ethics training and Brown Act as part of the curriculum. We agree. And then in response, this recommendation has been implemented, and it goes on to talk about the stellar job of our county counsel's office, and exactly, it even talks about the experience with our current and new planning commissioners in there. So we're agreeing, but we're saying we're doing it.
Okay. I have a question about that for county council as well. We organize ourselves for ethics training around our election of new officers. So our training is in November after the election, but before we're sworn in. What about people like the planning commissioners that get appointed after one November training, but well before another November training? Is there a time limit in which they have to comply with that training?
Well, they have to do it within the 2 years, but the training is available online.
I understand that.
Yeah, so I would have to look at the exact requirements. I don't know if it's a certain time when they're newly elected, but certainly within that 2-year time period.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then 9, grand jury finds that a 3-minute time limit for public comment, although legal, is sometimes unreasonable and reflects neither the intent of the Brown Act nor the opinion of the California Attorney General. And again, borrowing from Bev's language, agree, but she goes on to explain that's not a firm rule, that there's a number of considerations that are made as far as the amount of time that's set forth for each speaker. But it's not a set 3 minutes, no matter what the circumstance. The recommendation on that is the recommendation has been implemented. The Planning Commission does take into account the number of items on an agenda, et cetera. Basically, it's not a 3-minute hard rule. It's the same thing this our board exercises. And then F10, the grand jury finds that having someone sit near the lectern and wave a sign indicating the time remaining for public comment is unreasonable. Disagree with that basic statement because we do give them notice. That's providing them a service. But having said that, under F10, where they want us to stop that system and use a green, yellow, red light system as a tool, so the recommendation not been implemented, but will be researched for potential implementation during 2015-16. It's probably not that expensive to come up with a system where we can have those lights. And if someone actually has to flash the cards and do the timing and stuff, we can at least research it for potential implementation.
Well, one comment on that is any solution that we choose to implement for the Planning Commission needs to be portable.
Yeah. Or you just flip cards when they're away.
The cards are pretty portable, aren't they?
So other than some of the notification, the big issue of the Southern Tuolumne Planning Commission itself, the use of Granicus and video archives and things like that, we are either doing what the grand jury wants us to do, or in here we're recommending we take steps to do some of the things. So I don't want it to come across that we're saying no. It's just clarification in some cases. We are doing some of the things they want us to do. The bigger issues are the reinstituting the planning commissions and implementing a Granicus type system. So I believe that was it. So I think what your board would be saying is would be approving these responses with that one notation about putting some notice on the fees online so they know they're not going to sync up and why. And then Sarah was going to provide some language to insert, what's legal, what's not, with respect to that one Brown Act issue.
Is that okay for everyone? Any public comment? So I'll bring it back to the board for motion.
I'll move to approve the responses with that one change that I'll assume that County Council and CAO will work out to a mutual agreement.
Okay.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, read the next item, please.
reports.
County Council.
Sure. Okay, so over the last several weeks, Carlin worked with Supervisor Brennan and Daniel Richardson to help draft the letter that your board saw regarding the over snow vehicle use issue for the Forest Service. Cody had 3 contested juvenile hearings. Chris and I have both been attending some of the dry well assistance workshops, and those have been really a pleasure to be at because people are really happy with the program that is serving them well. And that's my report. Thank you.
Supervisor
Sorry.
Brennan.
On the 11th, we had our Natural Resource Committee meeting, and we had an awful lot of conversation about biofuels. That continues to be a major topic of concern. Moving forward, as we talk about reforestation and restoration, particularly within the rimfire footprint, those actions can't take place until those biofuels are removed. And it's still, for the most part, an economically unviable. They can't get them off the ground and to the plant where they can utilize them for fuels economically. So it is a huge problem. No solutions, and we've got to keep working really hard on that item. On the 12th, the California Farm Bureau leadership team was here in the county, and they asked me to speak on forest health, and so I did meet them out in the forest and had a great conversation with 20 of their state leadership team. That evening, I attended the Fair Board meeting. We heard a lot of the comments today from Stacy Dodge on the success of this year's fair. I'd like to see them. Hopefully, they'll continue moving forward in a positive direction. On the 17th, we had the first RAC meeting for this year. There's $96,000 that can be used for projects. There were 8 projects that came forward. Over the next 2 months, we'll be looking at those, and the committee will be recommending how those funds should be allocated. That's my report.
Okay, Supervisor Royce. Supervisor Rutherford.
On the 4th, while in between our morning and afternoon session, I met with Tri-Dam and several of our staff. We're dealing with a parking and trespassing issue on our side of the bridge at Lake Tulloch. It's a historical, apparently a lot of people seem to think it's a rite of passage to do that, but it is creating a public nuisance, health hazard because of garbage and stuff being thrown in the water as well, and it is a trespassing issue and a public safety issue. People are walking on the bridge, jumping off of the bridge. We've been trying to solve this for a long time, and we're still trying to solve it. Good luck, I guess. On the 10th, I attended the Sierra Water Working Group, which is a working group comprised of all of the earwimps in the Sierra foothills up in Kings Beach and Lake Tahoe. It's a very interesting group. I'll just leave it at that. But it is something that we have to be at to make sure that we don't lose something if we're not there, pretty much. On the 14th, along with Supervisor Hanbelt, I traveled to Jackson. We had back-to-back ATCA JPA and tripartite board meetings. And then that evening, I attended our county's dry well forum in Jamestown. I'll get back to that in a minute. On the 15th, I attended the Elks Picnic in the Farms of Tuolumne County annual dinner. And then yesterday, I attended the Chamber GAC, the Government Affairs Committee meeting. And then last night, I attended the Columbia Dry Well Workshop. And I just want to share with the community that wasn't at any of our dry well workshops yet. If you've got an issue with your well, go to one of these things because they are extremely well conducted. And that's not me patting myself on the back. That's our staff. We had about 7, 8 staff between our county government and also TUD there to actually work through people's problems with them across the table. This is not a set of briefing slides or something like that that provides you nice-to-know information. This is where the staff will roll up their sleeves and actually help you as best they can. And I think I interviewed every single individual that left both of those meetings and made sure that they were satisfied, and they, in most cases, it was much more than satisfied. So Tracy, for putting it all together, deserves a real big pat on the back. So that's it.
Supervisor Hanville.
Thank you. I'll echo that last comment. I attended the very first Dry Well Resources meeting. I better turn on my mic. Dry Well Resources meetings in Soldieville on the 11th, and there's clearly a lot of interest in this in our county. They were, I showed up 20 minutes early, and the place was already packed with people. So it's of importance, and I want to echo Supervisor Roder's comments. Tracy and Rob and the staff did a terrific job there and continue to do that important issue. I went to Sacramento with the Sustainable Forest Action Coalition to meet with Congressman Barra on Healthy Forest Act and water, and was well received. So anyway, that was one of the things I did. By the way, I want to comment. I want to thank the people from the county who attended the Bear Valley Music Festival. None of whom are sitting here at the dais, but
You didn't see me?
I didn't see you.
I had that.
However, I did see some. Oh, I take that back. One member, not an elected official, but one member was there, and at an appropriate time. And
we had that long.
I missed you. I missed you because the search and rescue teams were looking for you. Anyway. So I want to thank those members of the staff the county staff who were there. I hope they had a good time. I think they did. I attended the National Research Committee. That's already been reported on. I went to the ADCA meetings. That's been reported on. Yesterday, I met with a member of the PUC, an aide to the PUC. He was just reaching out to us, and we had some very interesting conversations about PUC and how they can help us. And I invited him to come. They could come to our Board of Supervisors meeting and give us a presentation. They like one of the commissioners may do that. I don't know. It was his idea, not mine, but I thought it was a good idea. And then I sat in a public meeting on the NDRC at 1:30. I thought that was interesting. I think all the stakeholders were there. I want to thank Louise Bedsworth and the people from the state and Mo for putting that on. I think that communication and transparency is a good idea. And then, of course, the chairman, Supervisor Gray, and I met with those folks 4:30 in the afternoon. We spent a couple hours talking about where we go from here and things like that. Very productive. That's the report.
Mr. Pedro.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll just go ahead, and you guys have all said great job to staff. I'm going to say it as well. My staff rocks. I'll just say that they're putting out a lot of important work, right now in my immediate office, but so are the other, departments. I think you got a high-producing organization going on right now. I was just going to mention moving forward. Here's some things you can look forward to at your next meeting. Besides from our normal now drought emergency declaration and re-upping that and getting a status for the public, that issue of tree mortality will be coming to that agenda. That is a real conundrum, issue. It's massive. I happen to be in the Sequoia National Forest this weekend, and you could just see entire hillsides that have gone brown, from this, and it's a massive problem. It's worse in the south than it is in the north, but it's growing. And Anyway, I know there's been the Mariposa tree mortality meetings that we've been part of. There's a local stakeholders meeting going on this week to talk about the issue. Tracy has been continually working with PG&E, what they can do, regardless of whose land the trees are on. If they're a threat to their power lines, please take them down. That's a service to everybody. Trying to get CAL FIRE a more public face to this, at least in our community, and Josh is working on that. The governor, I don't know if you guys ever saw the actual emergency declaration he put out in July 31st. There's a new proclamation proclaiming the state of emergency to exist in the state of California due to wildfires burning throughout the state. But in one of his whereases, he says the drought conditions have increased the state's risk of wildfires caused millions of trees to die, and increased the severity and spread of fires throughout the state. So we already have the governor's attention, on it. It's like, how do you tap that? And not just the state level, but at the federal level. So probably part of that discussion at the next meeting is a wide range of options that your board could consider, but it's a massive issue. We're also going to have the first full status report on the juvenile detention facility at your next meeting, so you can see what's going on the ground, how are we doing financially on those kinds of things. Opportunity to talk about the twin tunnel proposals that are going forward. You will have Andrew John's going to come from Sonora Regional, give an update of what's going on over at Sonora Regional, so that you and the public can hear more about that. There's some very significant things, and you'll have your annual behavioral health advisory report at that next meeting as well. So that's it.
Clerk.
Nothing to report.
All right, my report. August 10th held office hours in Groveland. And I've got to say, since I've been holding them at the youth center, there's a lot better participation because I can get more than one person in the office, and so it's been really good. Also, that Larry Cope has been joining me, and people have been able to contact him about some economic development things of some possibilities in the Groveland area while he's been up there. So we do have more stuff being looked at in the 4th District. I wish some of you other districts would get on the ball and start getting some projects going here, because it seems like they're all in the 4th District, and it's causing me a lot of work. But we're going to be bringing a lot of money.
A lot of mine are already done.
Yeah, I know, they're old. We just have to generate more. Okay, on August 12th, I celebrated my birthday by attending the TCTC meeting. It was quite interesting, but...
Did they present you with a cake, candles?
No, we kept it a secret. August 13th, really attended something that was really pretty good, is ribbon cutting for Mama Peg's Pantry on Jacksonville Road. This has been a project in the works for a long time, and there was a good turnout. So if you're going Jacksonville Road to Groveland or coming from Groveland, stop there. They got some great
got some
food.
good food.
It's really good stuff. So put a plug in there for Mama Peg's Pantry. And then on the 13th, we also had the Well Forum in Groveland. Again, kudos to staff. Several people came up to me and told me not how good our staff was, but how nice they were to deal with. So that's always a good thing. August 14th, Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority meeting, and then on the 17th, as Supervisor Hanvelt mentioned, we had NDRC meetings, and keep our fingers crossed. Hopefully we move some stuff forward. That's my report. And with that, would the clerk please read the closed session item?
We're up to closed session.
Closed session, public employee appointment, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, Chief Probation Officer.
Any public comment on the closed session item? Seeing none, do we expect to report anything out? All right, so we'll go ahead and go to closed session.